Want to speak English like a native? In this video, you'll hear useful sentences, natural vocabulary, and everyday expressions that native speakers use all the time. Listen carefully, repeat the sentences, and try to speak along with me. Let's begin. I woke up earlier than usual today because I wanted extra quiet time. I woke up earlier than usual today because I wanted extra quiet time. I turned off my alarm and stayed in bed for 5 minutes. I turned off my alarm and stayed in bed for 5 minutes. I made myself a strong cup of coffee before checking any messages. I made myself a strong cup of coffee before checking any messages. I opened the curtains and let the fresh morning light fill the room. I opened the curtains and let the fresh morning light fill the room. I took a quick shower and planned my schedule in my head. I took a quick shower and planned my schedule in my head. I chose comfortable clothes because I knew it would be a busy day. I chose comfortable clothes because I knew it would be a busy day. I prepared a simple breakfast while listening to the morning news. I prepared a simple breakfast while listening to the morning news. I packed my bag carefully so I wouldn't forget anything important later. I packed my bag carefully so I wouldn't forget anything important later. I reviewed my task list and added 2 new priorities for today. I reviewed my task list and added 2 more priorities for today. I stepped outside feeling motivated and ready to handle whatever happens. I stepped outside feeling motivated and ready to handle whatever happens. I double-checked the door was locked before walking away from the house. I double-checked the door was locked before walking away from the house. I realised I forgot my keys and had to go back inside. I realised I forgot my keys and had to go back inside. I grabbed my headphones so I could listen to something useful. I grabbed my headphones so I could listen to something useful. I checked the weather forecast and brought a jacket just in case. I checked the weather forecast and brought a jacket just in case. I sent a quick message to say I was already on my way. I sent a quick message to say I was already on my way. I waited at the bus stop and watched people rushing past me. I waited at the bus stop and watched people rushing past me. I decided to walk instead because the traffic looked unusually heavy today. I decided to walk instead because the traffic looked unusually heavy today. I stopped by a small shop to buy a drink for later. I stopped by a small shop to buy a drink for later. I noticed the streets were quieter than they usually are. I noticed the streets were quieter than they usually are. I took a deep breath and focused on starting the day positively. I took a deep breath and focused on starting the day positively. I started working on the most difficult task before checking social media. I started working on the most difficult task before checking social media. I organised my notes so I could understand everything more clearly. I organised my notes so I could understand everything more clearly. I replied to several emails that had been waiting since yesterday afternoon. I replied to several emails that had been waiting since yesterday afternoon. I joined a meeting and shared my ideas with the group. I joined a meeting and shared my ideas with the group. I asked a few questions because I wanted clearer instructions. I asked a few questions because I wanted clearer instructions. I solved a small problem that had been slowing everyone down. I solved a small problem that had been slowing everyone down. I focused deeply for an hour without looking at my phone. I focused deeply for an hour without looking at my phone. I wrote everything down so I wouldn't forget the important details. I wrote everything down so I wouldn't forget the important details. I corrected a mistake before it caused bigger issues later. I corrected a mistake before it caused bigger issues later. I finished the main task and felt satisfied with the result. I finished the main task and felt satisfied with the result. I took a short break and stretched my legs near the window. I took a short break and stretched my legs near the window. I made another drink and gave my eyes a rest from screens. I made another drink and gave my eyes a rest from screens. I chatted briefly with someone and laughed about something unexpected. I chatted briefly with someone and laughed about something unexpected. I stepped outside for fresh air to reset my concentration. I stepped outside for fresh air to reset my concentration. I checked my messages but avoided getting distracted for too long. I checked my messages but avoided getting distracted for too long. I ate a quick lunch while watching a short educational video. I ate a quick lunch while watching a short educational video. I tried something new instead of ordering the usual meal. I tried something new instead of ordering the usual meal. I wrote down an idea that came to me suddenly. I wrote down an idea that came to me suddenly. I reviewed my progress and adjusted my plan for the afternoon. I reviewed my progress and adjusted my plan for the afternoon. I reminded myself to stay calm and keep moving forward steadily. I reminded myself to stay calm and keep moving forward steadily. I continued working steadily even though my energy dropped slightly. I continued working steadily even though my energy dropped slightly. I handled several small tasks that had been delayed earlier. I handled several small tasks that had been delayed earlier. I updated the document to include the newest information available. I updated the document to include the newest information available. I checked the details twice to make sure everything was correct. I checked the details twice to make sure everything was correct. I helped someone understand a process they found confusing. I helped someone understand a process they found confusing. I followed up on a request that still needed confirmation. I followed up on a request that still needed confirmation. I completed another section and marked it as finished. I completed another section and marked it as finished. I tested the result to see whether it worked properly. I tested the result to see whether it worked properly. I improved the layout so it looked more professional. I improved the layout so it looked more professional. I wrapped things up before the deadline arrived. I wrapped things up before the deadline arrived. I spoke with a colleague about plans for the next project. I spoke with a colleague about plans for the next project. I explained my point clearly so there would be no confusion. I explained my point clearly so there would be no confusion. I listened carefully before giving my honest opinion. I listened carefully before giving my honest opinion. I thanked them for the suggestion and wrote it down. I thanked them for the suggestion and wrote it down. I agreed to help later if they still needed support. I agreed to help later if they still needed support. I disagreed politely and suggested a better alternative approach. I disagreed politely and suggested a better alternative approach. I asked for feedback so I could improve my performance. I asked for feedback so I could improve my performance. I shared an example to make my explanation easier to understand. I shared an example to make my explanation easier to understand. I confirmed the details so everyone stayed on the same page. I confirmed the details so everyone stayed on the same page. I ended the conversation on a positive and respectful note. I ended the conversation on a positive and respectful note. I stopped at the shop to pick up a few essentials. I stopped at the shop to pick up a few essentials. I compared prices before deciding what to buy today. I compared prices before deciding what to buy today. I carried everything home because I didn't bring a bag. I carried everything home because I didn't bring a bag. I cleaned the kitchen while waiting for something to cook. I cleaned the kitchen while waiting for something to cook. I sorted through papers and threw away unnecessary clutter. I sorted through papers and threw away unnecessary clutter. I fixed a small issue that had been bothering me. I fixed a small issue that had been bothering me. I organised my desk so tomorrow starts more smoothly. I organised my desk so tomorrow starts more smoothly. I paid a bill that I almost forgot about. I paid a bill that I almost forgot about. I scheduled an appointment for later this week. I scheduled an appointment for later this week. I completed several chores before finally sitting down. I completed several chores before finally sitting down. I finished the day's work and shut down my computer properly. I finished the day's work and shut down my computer properly. I changed into comfortable clothes as soon as I got home. I changed into comfortable clothes as soon as I got home. I prepared dinner using whatever ingredients were already available. I prepared dinner using whatever ingredients were already available. I tried a new recipe and adjusted it slightly. I tried a new recipe and adjusted it slightly. I ate slowly and enjoyed the quiet evening atmosphere. I ate slowly and enjoyed the quiet evening atmosphere. I watched something light instead of anything too intense. I watched something light instead of anything too intense. I went for a short walk to clear my head. I went for a short walk to clear my head. I called someone just to check how they were doing. I called someone just to check how they were doing. I relaxed for a while without thinking about responsibilities. I relaxed for a while without thinking about responsibilities. I allowed myself some rest without feeling guilty. I allowed myself some rest without feeling guilty. I reviewed what I achieved and what still needs improvement. I reviewed what I achieved and what still needs improvement. I wrote a few notes about today's important moments. I wrote a few notes about today's important moments. I reflected on a mistake and planned how to avoid it. I reflected on a mistake and planned how to avoid it. I felt proud of finishing something I had been postponing. I felt proud of finishing something I had been postponing. I noticed my mood improved compared to yesterday. I noticed my mood improved compared to yesterday. I decided to change one habit starting tomorrow morning. I decided to change one habit starting tomorrow morning. I appreciated the small wins that usually go unnoticed. I appreciated the small wins that usually go unnoticed. I recognised progress even though everything wasn't perfect. I recognised progress even though everything wasn't perfect. I forgave myself for not completing every single task. I forgave myself for not completing every single task. I focused on growth instead of perfection. I focused on growth instead of perfection. I prepared everything I needed for the next morning. I prepared everything I needed for the next morning. I set my alarm and placed my phone away from the bed. I set my alarm and placed my phone away from the bed. I brushed my teeth and followed my usual night routine. I brushed my teeth and followed my usual night routine. I read a few pages to relax my mind. I read a few pages to relax my mind. I avoided screens so I could fall asleep faster. I avoided screens so I could fall asleep faster. I turned off the lights and enjoyed the silence. I turned off the lights and enjoyed the silence. I replayed the day briefly in my thoughts. I replayed the day briefly in my thoughts. I felt grateful for something simple that happened today. I felt grateful for something simple that happened today. I promised myself to stay consistent tomorrow. I promised myself to stay consistent tomorrow. I closed my eyes knowing I made real progress today. I closed my eyes knowing I made real progress today. Make a decision. Make a decision. I need to make a decision before the end of the day. I need to make a decision before the end of the day. Take a break. Take a break. Let's take a break and come back to this later. Let's take a break and come back to this later. Get ready. Get ready. I need to get ready before we leave the house. I need to get ready before we leave the house. Have a rest. Have a rest. After the walk, I decided to have a rest on the sofa. After the walk, I decided to have a rest on the sofa. Do the dishes. Do the dishes. I'll do the dishes after dinner. I'll do the dishes after dinner. Catch a bus. Catch a bus. I usually catch a bus to work in the mornings. I usually catch a bus to work in the mornings. Miss a call. Miss a call. Sometimes I miss a call when I'm in a meeting. Sometimes I miss a call when I'm in a meeting. Set an alarm. Set an alarm. I always set an alarm so I don't oversleep. I always set an alarm so I don't oversleep. Have a shower. Have a shower. I'll have a shower before going out. I'll have a shower before going out. Get home. Get home. I didn't get home until quite late last night. I didn't get home until quite late last night. Meet a deadline. Meet a deadline. We always try to meet a deadline at work. We always try to meet a deadline at work. Make progress. Make progress. She needs to make progress with her English this year. She needs to make progress with her English this year. Take notes. Take notes. I always take notes during meetings. I always take notes during meetings. Gain experience. Gain experience. You'll gain experience by working with others. You'll gain experience by working with others. Do research. Do research. Students often need to do research before writing a report. Students often need to do research before writing a report. Solve a problem. Solve a problem. Let's try to solve a problem together. Let's try to solve a problem together. Give a presentation. Give a presentation. I'm going to give a presentation to the team tomorrow. I'm going to give a presentation to the team tomorrow. Apply for a job. Apply for a job. I'm going to apply for a job next week. I'm going to apply for a job next week. Work overtime. Work overtime. He had to work overtime last night. He had to work overtime last night. Get promoted. Get promoted. She hopes to get promoted this year. She hopes to get promoted this year. Have a conversation. Have a conversation. It's important to have a conversation about future plans. It's important to have a conversation about future plans. Ask a question. Ask a question. Feel free to ask a question at any time. Feel free to ask a question at any time. Give advice. Give advice. It's always good to give advice based on real experience. It's always good to give advice based on real experience. Make a comment. Make a comment. Please feel free to make a comment if you have any feedback. Please feel free to make a comment if you have any feedback. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. It's always better to tell the truth. It's always better to tell the truth. Express an opinion. Express an opinion. Everyone should feel comfortable to express an opinion in meetings. Everyone should feel comfortable to express an opinion in meetings. Raise a point. Raise a point. Please raise a point if anything is unclear. Please raise a point if anything is unclear. Clear up confusion. Clear up confusion. Let's clear up confusion before we continue. Let's clear up confusion before we continue. Have a chat. Have a chat. It might be nice to have a chat over coffee later. It might be nice to have a chat over coffee later. Get in touch. Get in touch. If you have any questions, please get in touch with me anytime. If you have any questions, please get in touch with me anytime. Feel comfortable. Feel comfortable. I feel comfortable speaking English now. I feel comfortable speaking English now. Get angry. Get angry. Try not to get angry when things don't go your way. Try not to get angry when things don't go your way. Feel relieved. Feel relieved. You usually feel relieved when a difficult task is finally finished. You usually feel relieved when a difficult task is finally finished. Lose patience. Lose patience. She was starting to lose patience. She was starting to lose patience. Feel confident. Feel confident. Over time, learners begin to feel confident using English in real conversations. Over time, learners begin to feel confident using English in real conversations. Get nervous. Get nervous. I always get nervous before speaking in public. I always get nervous before speaking in public. Feel stressed. Feel stressed. Many people feel stressed when they have too much work to do. Many people feel stressed when they have too much work to do. Feel proud. Feel proud. His parents feel proud of his progress. His parents feel proud of his progress. Lose control. Lose control. He might lose control of his temper if the situation gets worse. He might lose control of his temper if the situation gets worse. Feel disappointed. Feel disappointed. It's normal to feel disappointed when things don't go as planned. It's normal to feel disappointed when things don't go as planned. Spend time. Spend time. I like to spend time with my family. I like to spend time with my family. Save time. Save time. This shortcut will save time. This shortcut will save time. Waste time. Waste time. Don't waste time worrying about it. Don't waste time worrying about it. Take time. Take time. Learning a new language can take time, so patience is important. Learning a new language can take time, so patience is important. Run late. Run late. Meetings often run late when too many points are discussed. Meetings often run late when too many points are discussed. Make time. Make time. I try to make time for exercise. I try to make time for exercise. On time. On time. The train arrived on time. The train arrived on time. From time to time. From time to time. I check my messages from time to time. I check my messages from time to time. At the moment. At the moment. I'm busy at the moment. I'm busy at the moment. In advance. In advance. Please book your ticket in advance. Please book your ticket in advance. Stay healthy. Stay healthy. He tries to stay healthy by exercising. He tries to stay healthy by exercising. Get enough sleep. Get enough sleep. It's important to get enough sleep. It's important to get enough sleep. Catch a cold. Catch a cold. You can easily catch a cold if you go out in the rain without a jacket. You can easily catch a cold if you go out in the rain without a jacket. Feel unwell. Feel unwell. If you feel unwell, it's best to rest and drink plenty of water. If you feel unwell, it's best to rest and drink plenty of water. Take medicine. Take medicine. You should take medicine as prescribed. You should take medicine as prescribed. Recover quickly. Recover quickly. Most people recover quickly with enough rest and proper care. Most people recover quickly with enough rest and proper care. Keep fit. Keep fit. She goes swimming to keep fit. She goes swimming to keep fit. Feel better. Feel better. I feel better after resting. I feel better after resting. Have an appointment. Have an appointment. I have an appointment with the doctor. I have an appointment with the doctor. Improve health. Improve health. Regular exercise can improve health. Regular exercise can improve health. Save money. Save money. I'm trying to save money this year. I'm trying to save money this year. Spend money. Spend money. It's important to spend money wisely and plan your budget carefully. It's important to spend money wisely and plan your budget carefully. Pay a bill. Pay a bill. Always check the amount carefully before you pay a bill online. Always check the amount carefully before you pay a bill online. Make a payment. Make a payment. You can make a payment online using your debit card. You can make a payment online using your debit card. Afford to buy. Afford to buy. I can't afford to buy a new car yet. I can't afford to buy a new car yet. Cost a lot. Cost a lot. Repairs can cost a lot. Repairs can cost a lot. Get a refund. Get a refund. She managed to get a refund. She managed to get a refund. Earn a living. Earn a living. Many people earn a living by working online or freelancing. Many people earn a living by working online or freelancing. Go shopping. Go shopping. We usually go shopping at the weekend to save time. We usually go shopping at the weekend to save time. Compare prices. Compare prices. I always compare prices before buying. I always compare prices before buying. Make friends. Make friends. It's easy to make friends here. It's easy to make friends here. Keep in touch. Keep in touch. We try to keep in touch regularly. We try to keep in touch regularly. Have a relationship. Have a relationship. They have a relationship built on trust and honesty. They have a relationship built on trust and honesty. Spend time together. Spend time together. They spend time together at weekends. They spend time together at weekends. Support each other. Support each other. Friends should support each other. Friends should support each other. Have an argument. Have an argument. Couples sometimes have an argument over small things. Couples sometimes have an argument over small things. Get along. Get along. I get along well with my neighbours. I get along well with my neighbours. Trust someone. Trust someone. It's important to trust someone you work with. It's important to trust someone you work with. Share interests. Share interests. They share interests in music and travel. They share interests in music and travel. Lose contact. Lose contact. It's easy to lose contact with old friends after moving away. It's easy to lose contact with old friends after moving away. Make sense. Make sense. That explanation should make sense after you read it carefully. That explanation should make sense after you read it carefully. Pay attention. Pay attention. Please pay attention to the instructions. Please pay attention to the instructions. Keep in mind. Keep in mind. Keep in mind that mistakes are normal. Keep in mind that mistakes are normal. Learn from mistakes. Learn from mistakes. You learn from mistakes over time. You learn from mistakes over time. Gain knowledge. Gain knowledge. Reading helps you gain knowledge. Reading helps you gain knowledge. Draw conclusions. Draw conclusions. It's too early to draw conclusions. It's too early to draw conclusions. Change your mind. Change your mind. Don't be afraid to change your mind if new information appears. Don't be afraid to change your mind if new information appears. Focus on. Focus on. Try to focus on one task at a time. Try to focus on one task at a time. Come up with an idea. Come up with an idea. Try to come up with an idea that solves the problem clearly. Try to come up with an idea that solves the problem clearly. Think carefully. Think carefully. Think carefully before you decide. Think carefully before you decide. Take responsibility. Take responsibility. It's important to take responsibility for your own actions. It's important to take responsibility for your own actions. Make an effort. Make an effort. If you make an effort every day, your English will improve quickly. If you make an effort every day, your English will improve quickly. Deal with a situation. Deal with a situation. We'll deal with a situation as it comes. We'll deal with a situation as it comes. Reach a goal. Reach a goal. With clear planning and steady effort, you can reach a goal faster. With clear planning and steady effort, you can reach a goal faster. Follow instructions. Follow instructions. Please follow instructions carefully. Please follow instructions carefully. Make a mistake. Make a mistake. Don't worry if you make a mistake while learning something new. Don't worry if you make a mistake while learning something new. Take action. Take action. It's time to take action. It's time to take action. Handle pressure. Handle pressure. Learning to handle pressure helps you perform better in difficult situations. Learning to handle pressure helps you perform better in difficult situations. Face a challenge. Face a challenge. Everyone will face a challenge at some point in their career. Everyone will face a challenge at some point in their career. Achieve success. Achieve success. Hard work can help you achieve success. Hard work can help you achieve success. I tend to stay calm when situations suddenly become stressful. I tend to stay calm when situations suddenly become stressful. I'm naturally curious about new ideas and different perspectives. I'm naturally curious about new ideas and different perspectives. I try to remain honest even when the truth feels uncomfortable. I try to remain honest even when the truth feels uncomfortable. I've developed strong patience through challenging personal experiences. I've developed strong patience through challenging personal experiences. I enjoy learning from people with completely different backgrounds. I enjoy learning from people with completely different backgrounds. I usually think carefully before making important decisions. I usually think carefully before making important decisions. I'm confident in my values and personal principles. I'm confident in my values and personal principles. I work hard to remain dependable in difficult circumstances. I work hard to remain dependable in difficult circumstances. I take responsibility for my actions and mistakes. I take responsibility for my actions and mistakes. I aim to improve myself a little every day. I aim to improve myself a little every day. I listen carefully before responding in serious conversations. I listen carefully before responding in serious conversations. I try to express my opinions clearly and respectfully. I try to express my opinions clearly and respectfully. I adapt my tone depending on the situation. I adapt my tone depending on the situation. I avoid interrupting others when they are speaking. I avoid interrupting others when they are speaking. I use humour to make social situations more relaxed. I use humour to make social situations more relaxed. I choose my words thoughtfully during sensitive discussions. I choose my words thoughtfully during sensitive discussions. I stay open-minded when hearing different viewpoints. I stay open-minded when hearing different viewpoints. I make an effort to understand people's emotions. I make an effort to understand people's emotions. I remain polite even when disagreements become tense. I remain polite even when disagreements become tense. I enjoy building strong connections through meaningful conversations. I enjoy building strong connections through meaningful conversations. I take deadlines seriously and organise my tasks carefully. I take deadlines seriously and organise my tasks carefully. I stay focused even when projects become demanding. I stay focused even when projects become demanding. I prepare thoroughly before starting important assignments. I prepare thoroughly before starting important assignments. I aim to deliver high quality work consistently. I aim to deliver high quality work consistently. I manage my time efficiently during busy periods. I manage my time efficiently during busy periods. I welcome constructive feedback to improve my performance. I welcome constructive feedback to improve my performance. I remain committed to meeting professional expectations. I remain committed to meeting professional expectations. I push myself to exceed basic requirements. I push myself to exceed basic requirements. I handle pressure without compromising accuracy. I handle pressure without compromising accuracy. I take pride in being reliable at work. I take pride in being reliable at work. I stay calm when unexpected problems suddenly appear. I stay calm when unexpected problems suddenly appear. I manage stress by planning my days carefully. I manage stress by planning my days carefully. I try to remain positive during difficult situations. I try to remain positive during difficult situations. I reflect on mistakes instead of blaming myself. I reflect on mistakes instead of blaming myself. I control my emotions when facing criticism. I control my emotions when facing criticism. I recover quickly after disappointing experiences. I recover quickly after disappointing experiences. I practice relaxation techniques to maintain balance. I practice relaxation techniques to maintain balance. I handle pressure without losing motivation. I handle pressure without losing motivation. I trust myself to cope with challenges. I trust myself to cope with challenges. I focus on solutions rather than worrying excessively. I focus on solutions rather than worrying excessively. I believe in my ability to learn from every experience. I believe in my ability to learn from every experience. I stay motivated by setting clear and realistic goals. I stay motivated by setting clear and realistic goals. I trust my instincts when making important decisions. I trust my instincts when making important decisions. I push myself to grow beyond my comfort zone. I push myself to grow beyond my comfort zone. I remind myself of past successes during difficult moments. I remind myself of past successes during difficult moments. I maintain confidence by preparing thoroughly for challenges. I maintain confidence by preparing thoroughly for challenges. I encourage myself to keep going despite setbacks. I encourage myself to keep going despite setbacks. I focus on progress rather than perfection. I focus on progress rather than perfection. I take pride in overcoming personal obstacles. I take pride in overcoming personal obstacles. I stay committed to achieving long-term success. I stay committed to achieving long-term success. I start most mornings by reviewing my daily priorities. I start most mornings by reviewing my daily priorities. I follow a consistent routine to stay productive. I follow a consistent routine to stay productive. I plan my schedule carefully the night before. I plan my schedule carefully the night before. I limit distractions when working on important tasks. I limit distractions when working on important tasks. I make time each day for physical activity. I make time each day for physical activity. I organize my workspace to improve concentration. I organize my workspace to improve concentration. I review my progress at the end of each day. I review my progress at the end of each day. I avoid procrastination by breaking tasks into smaller steps. I avoid procrastination by breaking tasks into smaller steps. I balance work responsibilities with personal time. I balance work responsibilities with personal time. I maintain healthy habits through self-discipline. I maintain healthy habits through self-discipline. I listen carefully when friends need emotional support. I listen carefully when friends need emotional support. I try to understand others before forming strong opinions. I try to understand others before forming strong opinions. I respect different viewpoints even when I disagree. I respect different viewpoints even when I disagree. I show appreciation for people who support me. I show appreciation for people who support me. I make an effort to stay in touch regularly. I make an effort to stay in touch regularly. I notice subtle changes in people's moods. I notice subtle changes in people's moods. I respond kindly during sensitive situations. I respond kindly during sensitive situations. I value trust and honesty in relationships. I value trust and honesty in relationships. I avoid judging people without knowing their full story. I avoid judging people without knowing their full story. I support others through both success and failure. I support others through both success and failure. I adjust quickly when plans suddenly change. I adjust quickly when plans suddenly change. I look for practical solutions during unexpected difficulties. I look for practical solutions during unexpected difficulties. I stay flexible when facing unfamiliar situations. I stay flexible when facing unfamiliar situations. I analyze problems carefully before taking action. I analyze problems carefully before taking action. I learn from setbacks instead of feeling discouraged. I learn from setbacks instead of feeling discouraged. I remain open to new approaches and ideas. I remain open to new approaches and ideas. I handle uncertainty with patience and confidence. I handle uncertainty with patience and confidence. I experiment with different strategies until something works. I experiment with different strategies until something works. I stay resourceful when resources are limited. I stay resourceful when resources are limited. I adapt my thinking to overcome obstacles. I adapt my thinking to overcome obstacles. I stand by my principles even in difficult situations. I stand by my principles even in difficult situations. I value honesty more than short-term personal advantage. I value honesty more than short-term personal advantage. I take responsibility for my choices and actions. I take responsibility for my choices and actions. I treat others fairly regardless of their background. I treat others fairly regardless of their background. I remain loyal to people who earn my trust. I remain loyal to people who earn my trust. I avoid compromising my values for quick success. I avoid compromising my values for quick success. I speak up when something feels wrong. I speak up when something feels wrong. I respect rules that protect everyone's well-being. I respect rules that protect everyone's well-being. I aim to act with integrity at all times. I aim to act with integrity at all times. I follow my conscience when making important decisions. I follow my conscience when making important decisions. I want to build a life filled with meaning and balance. I want to build a life filled with meaning and balance. I focus on long-term happiness rather than short-term pleasure. I focus on long-term happiness rather than short-term pleasure. I plan to continue learning throughout my entire life. I plan to continue learning throughout my entire life. I hope to leave a positive impact on others. I hope to leave a positive impact on others. I aim to maintain good health as I grow older. I aim to maintain good health as I grow older. I work towards personal fulfillment instead of external approval. I work towards personal fulfillment instead of external approval. I prioritize experiences over material possessions. I prioritize experiences over material possessions. I strive to live according to my deepest values. I strive to live according to my deepest values. I remain committed to continuous personal development. I remain committed to continuous personal development. I look forward to shaping my future with purpose. I look forward to shaping my future with purpose. Set tongues wagging. Set tongues wagging. Meaning, to cause gossip or discussion. To cause gossip or discussion. Their secret meeting set tongues wagging throughout the office. Their secret meeting set tongues wagging throughout the office. A bolt from the blue. A bolt from the blue. Meaning, a sudden and shocking event. A sudden and shocking event. The announcement feels like a bolt from the blue for employees. The announcement feels like a bolt from the blue for employees. Arise unexpectedly. Arise unexpectedly. Meaning, occur without warning. Occur without warning. Problems sometimes arise unexpectedly during complex projects. Problems sometimes arise unexpectedly during complex projects. Comes as a shock. Comes as a shock. Meaning, be very surprising. Be very surprising. The sudden resignation comes as a shock to the staff. The sudden resignation comes as a shock to the staff. Strikes unexpectedly. Strikes unexpectedly. Meaning, happens suddenly. Happens suddenly. Inspiration sometimes strikes unexpectedly during ordinary moments. Inspiration sometimes strikes unexpectedly during ordinary moments. Emerge suddenly. Emerge suddenly. Meaning, appear quickly or unexpectedly. Appear quickly or unexpectedly. New evidence may emerge suddenly during long and complex criminal investigations. New evidence may emerge suddenly during long and complex criminal investigations. Sudden twist. Sudden twist. Meaning, an unexpected change in a situation or story. An unexpected change in a situation or story. The film includes a sudden twist that leaves the audience speechless. The film includes a sudden twist that leaves the audience speechless. Chance encounter. Chance encounter. Meaning, a meeting that happens by accident. A meeting that happens by accident. A chance encounter at the station changed the course of his life. A chance encounter at the station changed the course of his life. Random occurrence. Random occurrence. Meaning, something that happens without planning or clear reason. Something that happens without planning or clear reason. The strange noise seemed like a random occurrence at first. The strange noise seemed like a random occurrence at first. Rare coincidence. Rare coincidence. Meaning, a surprising situation where events happen together unexpectedly. A surprising situation where events happen together unexpectedly. Meeting my childhood teacher abroad felt like a rare coincidence. Meeting my childhood teacher abroad felt like a rare coincidence. Turn of events. Turn of events. Meaning, a sudden change in a situation. A sudden change in a situation. A strange turn of events completely changed the direction of the investigation. A strange turn of events completely changed the direction of the investigation. Spring a surprise. Spring a surprise. Meaning, to suddenly surprise someone. To suddenly surprise someone. The teacher decided to spring a surprise during the final lesson. The teacher decided to spring a surprise during the final lesson. Startling discovery. Startling discovery. Meaning, a discovery that shocks people. A discovery that shocks people. Scientists announced a startling discovery about the deep ocean. Scientists announced a startling discovery about the deep ocean. Unexpected revelation. Unexpected revelation. Meaning, information that is revealed unexpectedly. Information that is revealed unexpectedly. The interview included an unexpected revelation about the company. The interview included an unexpected revelation about the company. Unanticipated result. Unanticipated result. Meaning, a result nobody expected. A result nobody expected. The research produced an unanticipated result during the final phase. The research produced an unanticipated result during the final phase. Fueled rumours. Fueled rumours. Meaning, to cause rumours to spread or become stronger. To cause rumours to spread or become stronger. The sudden cancellation of the press conference fueled rumours about problems inside the company. The sudden cancellation of the press conference fueled rumours about problems inside the company. Lifted the curtain. Lifted the curtain. Meaning, to reveal something that was previously hidden or secret. To reveal something that was previously hidden or secret. The investigation lifted the curtain on several hidden problems within the organisation. The investigation lifted the curtain on several hidden problems within the organisation. Sent ripples through. Sent ripples through. Meaning, to cause a noticeable reaction or impact among many people or groups. To cause a noticeable reaction or impact among many people or groups. The unexpected policy change sent ripples through the entire education sector. The unexpected policy change sent ripples through the entire education sector. Burst onto the scene. Burst onto the scene. Meaning, to suddenly become famous or noticeable. To suddenly become famous or noticeable. The young singer burst onto the scene with a viral song. The young singer burst onto the scene with a viral song. Shed light on. Shed light on. Meaning, to reveal or explain something unclear. To reveal or explain something unclear. The report shed light on the mysterious disappearance. The report shed light on the mysterious disappearance. A sudden windfall. A sudden windfall. Meaning, an unexpected amount of money received. An unexpected amount of money received. The small business received a sudden windfall after winning the legal settlement. The small business received a sudden windfall after winning the legal settlement. Run into delays. Run into delays. Meaning, to experience unexpected delays during travel. To experience unexpected delays during travel. Flights often run into delays during the winter months. Flights often run into delays during the winter months. Stops everyone in their tracks. Stops everyone in their tracks. Meaning, to shock or surprise everyone so much that they pause immediately. To shock or surprise everyone so much that they pause immediately. The shocking announcement stops everyone in their tracks. The shocking announcement stops everyone in their tracks. Hits home suddenly. Hits home suddenly. Meaning, to suddenly become emotionally real or clearly understood. To suddenly become emotionally real or clearly understood. The seriousness of the situation hits home suddenly during the meeting. The seriousness of the situation hits home suddenly during the meeting. Leaves me lost for words. Leaves me lost for words. Meaning, to make someone so surprised or emotional that they cannot speak. To make someone so surprised or emotional that they cannot speak. The unexpected kindness leaves me lost for words. The unexpected kindness leaves me lost for words. Throws everything into disarray. Throws everything into disarray. Meaning, to cause complete confusion or disorder. To cause complete confusion or disorder. The sudden cancellation throws everything into disarray for the entire team. The sudden cancellation throws everything into disarray for the entire team. Unleashes chaos. Unleashes chaos. Meaning, to suddenly cause a situation to become extremely chaotic or out of control. To suddenly cause a situation to become extremely chaotic or out of control. The unexpected announcement unleashes chaos across the entire office. The unexpected announcement unleashes chaos across the entire office. Land on their feet. Land on their feet. Meaning, to recover quickly from a difficult situation or unexpectedly end up in a good position. To recover quickly from a difficult situation or unexpectedly end up in a good position. Some people always land on their feet, even after difficult situations. Some people always land on their feet, even after difficult situations. Lifts the veil on. Lifts the veil on. Meaning, to reveal something that was previously hidden or secret. To reveal something that was previously hidden or secret. The documentary lifts the veil on corruption inside the organisation. The documentary lifts the veil on corruption inside the organisation. Has a light bulb moment. Has a light bulb moment. Meaning, to suddenly understand or realise something. To suddenly understand or realise something. During the meeting, she has a light bulb moment about the problem. During the meeting, she has a light bulb moment about the problem. Instant chemistry. Instant chemistry. Meaning, an immediate natural connection or attraction between two people. An immediate natural connection or attraction between two people. They feel instant chemistry the moment they start talking. They feel instant chemistry the moment they start talking. Pull off a surprise win. Pull off a surprise win. Meaning, to achieve an unexpected victory. To achieve an unexpected victory. The underdogs pull off a surprise win in the championship. The underdogs pull off a surprise win in the championship. A twist of fate. A twist of fate. Meaning, an unexpected event that changes a situation. An unexpected event that changes a situation. Meeting her again feels like a twist of fate. Meeting her again feels like a twist of fate. Backfires badly. Backfires badly. Meaning, to have the opposite effect than intended and cause serious problems. To have the opposite effect than intended and cause serious problems. The risky strategy backfires badly during the negotiations. The risky strategy backfires badly during the negotiations. Sends chills down my spine. Sends chills down my spine. Meaning, to cause a sudden feeling of fear or shock. To cause a sudden feeling of fear or shock. The strange noise in the dark sends chills down my spine. The strange noise in the dark sends chills down my spine. Appears out of thin air. Appears out of thin air. Meaning, to appear suddenly and unexpectedly, as if by magic. To appear suddenly and unexpectedly, as if by magic. A strange figure appears out of thin air in the doorway. A strange figure appears out of thin air in the doorway. Spot a surprising detail. Spot a surprising detail. Meaning, to notice something unexpected while reading. To notice something unexpected while reading. While reading the report, careful readers spot a surprising detail. While reading the report, careful readers spot a surprising detail. turns the mood sour. Turns the mood sour. Meaning, to suddenly make the atmosphere negative or unpleasant. To suddenly make the atmosphere negative or unpleasant. The rude comment turns the mood sour during the meeting. The rude comment turns the mood sour during the meeting. Flood the internet. Flood the internet. Meaning, to suddenly appear everywhere online. To suddenly appear everywhere online. Memes flood the internet after the event. Memes flood the internet after the event. Run into trouble. Run into trouble. Meaning, to encounter problems unexpectedly. To encounter problems unexpectedly. The travellers run into trouble at the border. The travellers run into trouble at the border. Out of left field. Out of left field. Meaning, completely unexpected or surprising. Completely unexpected or surprising. Halfway through dinner, she brings up a topic out of left field that leaves everyone speechless. Halfway through dinner, she brings up a topic out of left field that leaves everyone speechless. Turns up out of nowhere. Turns up out of nowhere. Meaning, to appear suddenly and unexpectedly. To appear suddenly and unexpectedly. Just as the party is about to end, an old friend turns up out of nowhere. Just as the party is about to end, an old friend turns up out of nowhere. Pulls a rabbit out of the hat. Pulls a rabbit out of the hat. Meaning, to suddenly produce an unexpected solution or success. To suddenly produce an unexpected solution or success. Just when the project seems doomed, the engineer pulls a rabbit out of the hat and saves the day. Just when the project seems doomed, the engineer pulls a rabbit out of the hat and saves the day. Catches everyone unawares. Catches everyone unawares. Meaning, to surprise people because they were not prepared for it. To surprise people because they were not prepared for it. The quiet student suddenly challenging the professor catches everyone unawares. The quiet student suddenly challenging the professor catches everyone unawares. Jolts me into action. Jolts me into action. Meaning, to suddenly make someone act quickly. To suddenly make someone act quickly. The urgent message jolts me into action immediately. The urgent message jolts me into action immediately. A stroke of fate. A stroke of fate. Meaning, a sudden event believed to be guided by destiny. A sudden event believed to be guided by destiny. Their accidental meeting in a quiet cafe feels like a stroke of fate neither of them could have predicted. Their accidental meeting in a quiet cafe feels like a stroke of fate neither of them could have predicted. Critical juncture. Critical juncture. Meaning, a crucial moment where decisions affect the outcome. A crucial moment where decisions affect the outcome. The discovery arrives at a critical juncture in the investigation. The discovery arrives at a critical juncture in the investigation. Watershed moment. Watershed moment, meaning a moment that marks a major turning point. A moment that marks a major turning point. The ruling becomes a watershed moment in legal history. The ruling becomes a watershed moment in legal history. Caught on the hop. Caught on the hop, meaning suddenly surprised and completely unprepared for something that happens unexpectedly. Suddenly surprised and completely unprepared for something that happens unexpectedly. During the interview, the tricky follow-up question leaves him caught on the hop. During the interview, the tricky follow-up question leaves him caught on the hop. Marks the end of an era. Marks the end of an era, meaning signals that an important or long period has come to an end. Signals that an important or long period has come to an end. The unexpected resignation of the founder marks the end of an era for the company. The unexpected resignation of the founder marks the end of an era for the company. Snap back. Snap back, meaning to reply angrily or sharply. To reply angrily or sharply. I snap back if someone speaks to me rudely. I snap back if someone speaks to me rudely. Freak out. Freak out, meaning to react with fear or panic. To react with fear or panic. I freak out when I lose my phone in public. I freak out when I lose my phone in public. Open up. Open up, meaning to share personal feelings. To share personal feelings. I open up when I feel safe with someone. I open up when I feel safe with someone. Calm down. Calm down, meaning to become less angry or emotional. To become less angry or emotional. I calm down after taking a short walk outside. I calm down after taking a short walk outside. Cool off. Cool off, meaning to relax after anger. To relax after anger. I cool off by listening to music after an argument. I cool off by listening to music after an argument. Light up. Light up, meaning to show happiness suddenly. To show happiness suddenly. I light up when I hear good news from my family. I light up when I hear good news from my family. Shut down. Shut down, meaning to stop responding emotionally. To stop responding emotionally. I shut down when conversations become too negative. I shut down when conversations become too negative. Act up. Act up. Meaning to behave badly in reaction. To behave badly in reaction. I act up when I feel ignored. I act up when I feel ignored. Cheer up. Cheer up. Meaning to become happier. To become happier. I cheer up when I talk to close friends. I cheer up when I talk to close friends. Hold back. Hold back. Meaning to control emotions. To control emotions. I hold back my anger during difficult discussions. I hold back my anger during difficult discussions. Blurt out. Blurt out. Meaning to say something suddenly. To say something suddenly. I blurt out my opinion without thinking sometimes. I blurt out my opinion without thinking sometimes. Take in. Take in. Meaning to understand surprising information. To understand surprising information. I take in the news slowly before reacting. I take in the news slowly before reacting. Brush off. Brush off. Meaning to ignore something. To ignore something. I brush off negative comments online. I brush off negative comments online. Play down. Play down. Meaning to make something seem less serious. To make something seem less serious. I play down my worries to avoid stress. I play down my worries to avoid stress. Storm out. Storm out. Meaning to leave angrily. To leave angrily. I storm out when discussions become disrespectful. I storm out when discussions become disrespectful. Crack up. Crack up. Meaning to start laughing. To start laughing. I crack up when I hear clever jokes. I crack up when I hear clever jokes. Freeze up. Freeze up. Meaning to become unable to react. To become unable to react. I freeze up during unexpected presentations. I freeze up during unexpected presentations. Lash out. Lash out. Meaning to react angrily. To react angrily. I lash out when I feel unfairly criticized. I lash out when I feel unfairly criticized. Shake off. Shake off. Meaning to get rid of bad feelings. To get rid of bad feelings. I shake off disappointment by focusing on progress. I shake off disappointment by focusing on progress. Sink in. Sink in. Meaning to be fully understood. To be fully understood. I wait for the news to sink in before responding. I wait for the news to sink in before responding. Back off, meaning to stop pressuring, to stop pressuring. I back off when someone needs space. I back off when someone needs space. Choke up, meaning to become emotional, to become emotional. I choke up when I talk about family memories. I choke up when I talk about family memories. Pipe up, meaning to speak suddenly, to speak suddenly. I pipe up when I strongly disagree. I pipe up when I strongly disagree. Settle down, meaning to become calmer, to become calmer. I settle down after deep breathing. I settle down after deep breathing. Spill out, meaning to express feelings suddenly, to express feelings suddenly. I spill out my worries during honest talks. I spill out my worries during honest talks. Tune out, meaning to stop paying attention, to stop paying attention. I tune out when conversations become negative. I tune out when conversations become negative. Give in, meaning to stop resisting, to stop resisting. I give in when stress becomes overwhelming. I give in when stress becomes overwhelming. Look away, meaning to avoid seeing something, to avoid seeing something. I look away during uncomfortable scenes. I look away during uncomfortable scenes. Ease up, meaning to become less intense, to become less intense. I ease up after hearing an apology. I ease up after hearing an apology. Let out, meaning to release emotions, to release emotions. I let out a sigh after finishing work. I let out a sigh after finishing work. Turn away, meaning to reject emotionally, to reject emotionally. I turn away from toxic conversations. I turn away from toxic conversations. Brush aside, meaning to ignore, to ignore. I brush aside criticism that lacks value. I brush aside criticism that lacks value. Blow over, meaning to stop causing strong emotions, to stop causing strong emotions. I wait for arguments to blow over before speaking. I wait for arguments to blow over before speaking. Catch on, meaning To suddenly understand. To suddenly understand. I catch on slowly when ideas are complex. I catch on slowly when ideas are complex. Go off. Go off. Meaning to react angrily. To react angrily. I go off when people spread lies. I go off when people spread lies. Reel back. Reel back. Meaning to react with shock. To react with shock. I reel back at sudden criticism. I reel back at sudden criticism. Bear up. Bear up. Meaning to remain strong. To remain strong. I bear up during difficult moments. I bear up during difficult moments. Burst out. Burst out. Meaning to suddenly express emotion. To suddenly express emotion. I burst out laughing at good news. I burst out laughing at good news. Lay into. Lay into. Meaning to criticize angrily. To criticize angrily. I lay into unfair managers. I lay into unfair managers. Shrug off. Shrug off. Meaning to ignore emotionally. To ignore emotionally. I shrug off minor problems. I shrug off minor problems. Hello, it's James calling to check whether now is a convenient time to talk properly, or if you would prefer me to ring back later when you're free. Hello, it's James calling to check whether now is a convenient time to talk properly, or if you would prefer me to ring back later when you're free. Hi there, I've been trying to reach you since this morning because I needed to discuss something important before the deadline later today. Hi there, I've been trying to reach you since this morning because I needed to discuss something important before the deadline later today. Good afternoon, this is James from the office and I'm calling to follow up on the voicemail I left regarding our scheduled meeting tomorrow. Good afternoon, this is James from the office and I'm calling to follow up on the voicemail I left regarding our scheduled meeting tomorrow. Sorry for calling unexpectedly, but something urgent came up at work and I didn't want to delay speaking to you until tomorrow morning. Sorry for calling unexpectedly, but something urgent came up at work and I didn't want to delay speaking to you until tomorrow morning. I was hoping you might have a few minutes to talk now, as I could really use your advice on this situation. I was hoping you might have a few minutes to talk now, as I could really use your advice on this situation. Thanks for answering so quickly, because I wasn't sure whether you would be available at this time of day. Thanks for answering so quickly, because I wasn't sure whether you would be available at this time of day. I hope I'm not interrupting anything important, but I needed to speak with you before making a final decision. I hope I'm not interrupting anything important, but I needed to speak with you before making a final decision. I tried calling you earlier, but the line kept cutting out, so I thought I'd try again now. I tried calling you earlier, but the line kept cutting out, so I thought I'd try again now. Please let me know if you're currently busy or driving somewhere, and I'll happily call you back later. Please let me know if you're currently busy or driving somewhere, and I'll happily call you back later. I'm calling from a fairly noisy place at the moment, so please tell me if my voice isn't clear. I'm calling from a fairly noisy place at the moment, so please tell me if my voice isn't clear. I wanted to speak with you today because several deadlines have changed recently, and I think we need to adjust our schedule accordingly. I wanted to speak with you today because several deadlines have changed recently, and I think we need to adjust our schedule accordingly. Could you explain what modifications were made to the report, as I noticed several unexpected differences when I reviewed it this morning? Could you explain what modifications were made to the report, as I noticed several unexpected differences when I reviewed it this morning? I'm calling to confirm whether the client has officially approved the final version before we proceed with printing and distribution. I'm calling to confirm whether the client has officially approved the final version before we proceed with printing and distribution. We should probably review the budget together because some of the recent expenses were higher than we originally planned. We should probably review the budget together because some of the recent expenses were higher than we originally planned. I've been receiving mixed messages from different departments, which is why I wanted to clarify everything directly with you. I've been receiving mixed messages from different departments, which is why I wanted to clarify everything directly with you. The manager asked me to check whether you are satisfied with the new workflow before it is shared with the rest of the team. The manager asked me to check whether you are satisfied with the new workflow before it is shared with the rest of the team. I'm becoming slightly concerned about the workload next month, and I'd like to discuss possible adjustments in advance. I'm becoming slightly concerned about the workload next month, and I'd like to discuss possible adjustments in advance. Could you please send me the updated figures after this call so I can include them in tomorrow's presentation? Could you please send me the updated figures after this call so I can include them in tomorrow's presentation? We may need to delay the launch slightly, depending on how today's meeting and final testing stages go. We may need to delay the launch slightly, depending on how today's meeting and final testing stages go. Let's arrange another call later this week so we can carefully review our progress and address any remaining issues. Let's arrange another call later this week so we can carefully review our progress and address any remaining issues. I'm calling to see whether you're free this weekend because I'd really like to plan something in advance instead of leaving everything until the last minute. I'm calling to see whether you're free this weekend because I'd really like to plan something in advance instead of leaving everything until the last minute. Shall we meet a little earlier than usual tomorrow so we can avoid the rush and have more time to talk properly? Shall we meet a little earlier than usual tomorrow so we can avoid the rush and have more time to talk properly? I'm still waiting to hear back from the restaurant about our booking, but I'll let you know as soon as they confirm everything. I'm still waiting to hear back from the restaurant about our booking, but I'll let you know as soon as they confirm everything. If the weather stays nice, we could change our plans slightly and spend the afternoon walking along the river. If the weather stays nice, we could change our plans slightly and spend the afternoon walking along the river. Let me quickly check my calendar and messages, and then I'll tell you which days work best for me. Let me quickly check my calendar and messages, and then I'll tell you which days work best for me. We might need to rearrange our trip as there has been an unexpected change in my work schedule. We might need to rearrange our trip as there has been an unexpected change in my work schedule. I'll book the tickets later tonight and send you all the details once everything has been confirmed. I'll book the tickets later tonight and send you all the details once everything has been confirmed. Would you prefer to travel together, or would it be easier for you if we met there separately? Would you prefer to travel together, or would it be easier for you if we met there separately? I'll remind you the day before, just in case it slips your mind with everything else going on. I'll remind you the day before, just in case it slips your mind with everything else going on. Let's try to keep our plans flexible in case something unexpected comes up at the last moment. Let's try to keep our plans flexible in case something unexpected comes up at the last moment. I'm calling because the delivery still hasn't arrived, even though it was supposed to be delivered yesterday afternoon, according to the confirmation email. I'm calling because the delivery still hasn't arrived, even though it was supposed to be delivered yesterday afternoon, according to the confirmation email. There seems to be an error on my latest bill, and I would appreciate it if someone could look into the matter carefully. There seems to be an error on my latest bill, and I would appreciate it if someone could look into the matter carefully. I've tried restarting the device several times as instructed, but unfortunately the problem still hasn't been resolved. I've tried restarting the device several times as instructed, but unfortunately the problem still hasn't been resolved. The service has been quite unreliable recently, which is why I felt it was necessary to raise this issue directly with you. The service has been quite unreliable recently, which is why I felt it was necessary to raise this issue directly with you. I'm quite disappointed with the response I received earlier, so I'm hoping you can provide some clearer guidance. I'm quite disappointed with the response I received earlier, so I'm hoping you can provide some clearer guidance. Could you explain why my account appears to have been charged twice for the same transaction? Could you explain why my account appears to have been charged twice for the same transaction? I followed all the instructions step by step, but the system still isn't working as expected. I followed all the instructions step by step, but the system still isn't working as expected. I would really appreciate it if you could escalate this matter to a supervisor who can make a final decision. I would really appreciate it if you could escalate this matter to a supervisor who can make a final decision. Please let me know what actions will be taken to prevent this kind of problem from happening again. Please let me know what actions will be taken to prevent this kind of problem from happening again. I'm happy to remain patient for now, as long as I'm kept properly informed about any progress. I'm happy to remain patient for now, as long as I'm kept properly informed about any progress. I was just thinking about you earlier today and realised that we haven't had a proper catch-up in such a long time. I was just thinking about you earlier today and realised that we haven't had a proper catch-up in such a long time. How have things been going at your new place since you moved there? And are you finally starting to feel settled? How have things been going at your new place since you moved there? And are you finally starting to feel settled? You won't believe what happened to me on the way home yesterday, because it turned into a much bigger adventure than I expected. You won't believe what happened to me on the way home yesterday, because it turned into a much bigger adventure than I expected. Everyone keeps asking how you're doing, so I thought I'd call and give you a quick update from my side as well. Everyone keeps asking how you're doing, so I thought I'd call and give you a quick update from my side as well. We should really make an effort to meet up soon and spend some proper time together without rushing. We should really make an effort to meet up soon and spend some proper time together without rushing. Mum was asking earlier whether you're coming over for dinner this weekend, so I said I'd check with you. Mum was asking earlier whether you're coming over for dinner this weekend, so I said I'd check with you. I've been so busy with work and other commitments lately that the weeks seem to be passing incredibly quickly. I've been so busy with work and other commitments lately that the weeks seem to be passing incredibly quickly. It feels strange not seeing you as often as we used to, especially after spending so much time together before. It feels strange not seeing you as often as we used to, especially after spending so much time together before. Let's promise each other that we won't leave it so long before we speak again next time. Let's promise each other that we won't leave it so long before we speak again next time. Please give my love to everyone when you next see them, and let them know I'm thinking of them. Please give my love to everyone when you next see them, and let them know I'm thinking of them. Pick your brain. Pick your brain. Meaning, to ask for ideas or advice. To ask for ideas or advice. I'd love to pick your brain about content ideas. I'd love to pick your brain about content ideas. Keep things light. Keep things light. Meaning, to avoid serious or heavy topics. To avoid serious or heavy topics. Let's keep things light and just enjoy the evening. Let's keep things light and just enjoy the evening. Catch up properly. Catch up properly. Meaning, to talk in detail after time apart. To talk in detail after time apart. We met for coffee to catch up properly. We met for coffee to catch up properly. Break the ice. Break the ice. Meaning, to make people feel more relaxed. To make people feel more relaxed. He told a joke to break the ice at the start of the meeting. He told a joke to break the ice at the start of the meeting. Make small talk. Make small talk. Meaning, to have light, informal conversation. To have light, informal conversation. I always try to make small talk while waiting in long queues. I always try to make small talk while waiting in long queues. Strike up a conversation. Strike up a conversation. Meaning, to start talking to someone. To start talking to someone. She tries to strike up a conversation with people sitting next to her. She tries to strike up a conversation with people sitting next to her. Pass the time. Pass the time. Meaning, to occupy yourself while waiting. To occupy yourself while waiting. We chatted to pass the time on the train. We chatted to pass the time on the train. Clear the air. Clear the air. Meaning, to remove tension. To remove tension. We talked things through to clear the air. We talked things through to clear the air. Get on well. Get on well. Meaning, to have a good relationship. To have a good relationship. I get on well with most of my colleagues. I get on well with most of my colleagues. Feel at ease. Feel at ease. Meaning, to feel comfortable. To feel comfortable. She makes everyone feel at ease. She makes everyone feel at ease. Break into laughter. Break into laughter. Meaning, to suddenly start laughing. To suddenly start laughing. We often break into laughter when he tells that story. We often break into laughter when he tells that story. Read the room. Read the room. Meaning, to understand the atmosphere. To understand the atmosphere. He always knows how to read the room. He always knows how to read the room. Talk things over. Talk things over. Meaning, to discuss something carefully before deciding. To discuss something carefully before deciding. Let's talk things over properly tonight and decide what to do next. Let's talk things over properly tonight and decide what to do next. Touch on. Touch on. Meaning, to mention something briefly without going into detail. To mention something briefly without going into detail. We touch on a few sensitive topics, but we don't go into much detail. We touch on a few sensitive topics, but we don't go into much detail. Speak off the record. Speak off the record. Meaning, to talk privately and not for public use. To talk privately and not for public use. He prefers to speak off the record before making any public statement. He prefers to speak off the record before making any public statement. Hit it off. Hit it off. Meaning, to like someone immediately. To like someone immediately. We hit it off the moment we met. We hit it off the moment we met. Get the conversation flowing. Get the conversation flowing. Meaning, to make talk easier. To make talk easier. Let's get the conversation flowing by asking a few easy questions first. Let's get the conversation flowing by asking a few easy questions first. Fill the silence. Fill the silence. Meaning, to avoid awkward quiet. To avoid awkward quiet. He told stories to fill the silence. He told stories to fill the silence. Have a heart to heart. Have a heart to heart. Meaning, to have a serious and honest personal conversation. To have a serious and honest personal conversation. Let's have a heart-to-heart tonight and be honest about how we're both feeling. Let's have a heart-to-heart tonight and be honest about how we're both feeling. Beat around the bush. Beat around the bush. Meaning, to avoid saying something directly. To avoid saying something directly. Let's not beat around the bush and just say what we really think. Let's not beat around the bush and just say what we really think. Leave things open. Leave things open. Meaning, to avoid making a final decision yet. To avoid making a final decision yet. It's better to leave things open when plans are still changing. It's better to leave things open when plans are still changing. Build rapport. Build rapport. Meaning, to create a friendly, trusting relationship. To create a friendly, trusting relationship. Small talk helps build rapport before serious discussions begin. Small talk helps build rapport before serious discussions begin. Talk shop. Talk shop. Meaning, to discuss work in a casual setting. To discuss work in a casual setting. We tend to talk shop whenever we meet for coffee. We tend to talk shop whenever we meet for coffee. Wrap things up. Wrap things up. Meaning, to finish something in an organised way. To finish something in an organised way. We should wrap things up before the cafe closes. We should wrap things up before the cafe closes. Stay in the loop. Stay in the loop. Meaning, to remain informed. To remain informed. I like to stay in the loop about team plans. I like to stay in the loop about team plans. Raise an eyebrow. Raise an eyebrow. Meaning, to show surprise or doubt. To show surprise or doubt. That comment can raise an eyebrow in group chats. That comment can raise an eyebrow in group chats. Speaks in riddles. Speaks in riddles. Meaning, to be unclear. To be unclear. He sometimes speaks in riddles instead of being direct. He sometimes speaks in riddles instead of being direct. Smooth things over. Smooth things over. Meaning, to fix tension. To fix tension. A calm explanation helps smooth things over. A calm explanation helps smooth things over. Tread carefully. Tread carefully. Meaning, to act cautiously. To act cautiously. We need to tread carefully around that topic. We need to tread carefully around that topic. Goes off on a tangent. Goes off on a tangent. Meaning, to change topic suddenly. To change topic suddenly. She often goes off on a tangent during chats. She often goes off on a tangent during chats. Spill the tea. Spill the tea. Meaning, to share gossip. To share gossip. Everyone wants to spill the tea after work. Everyone wants to spill the tea after work. Stretch the truth. Stretch the truth. Meaning, to exaggerate or not be completely honest. To exaggerate or not be completely honest. People sometimes stretch the truth to make stories more interesting. People sometimes stretch the truth to make stories more interesting. Dodge the question. Dodge the question. Meaning, to avoid answering. To avoid answering. He tries to dodge the question politely. He tries to dodge the question politely. Bail at the last minute. Bail at the last minute. Meaning, to cancel suddenly. To cancel suddenly. Please don't bail at the last minute again. Please don't bail at the last minute again. Find your angle. Find your angle. Meaning, to choose how to present yourself. To choose how to present yourself. It helps to find your angle in new groups. It helps to find your angle in new groups. Have a moan. Have a moan. Meaning, to complain lightly. To complain lightly. We like to have a moan about trains. We like to have a moan about trains. Float an idea. Float an idea. Meaning, to suggest casually. To suggest casually. I want to float an idea in the meeting. I want to float an idea in the meeting. Show your face. Show your face. Meaning, to appear briefly. To appear briefly. Try to show your face at the party. Try to show your face at the party. Pick up on cues. Pick up on cues. Meaning, to notice small signals. To notice small signals. Good listeners pick up on cues quickly. Good listeners pick up on cues quickly. Steer the discussion. Steer the discussion. Meaning, to guide the topic. To guide the topic. She knows how to steer the discussion politely. She knows how to steer the discussion politely. Bounce ideas around. Bounce ideas around. Meaning, to share thoughts freely. To share thoughts freely. Let's bounce ideas around for a while. Let's bounce ideas around for a while. Pick your battles. Pick your battles. Meaning, to choose disagreements. To choose disagreements. It's wise to pick your battles in debates. It's wise to pick your battles in debates. Soften your stance. Soften your stance. Meaning, to be less firm. to be less firm. Try to soften your stance when tensions rise. Try to soften your stance when tensions rise. Get this off my chest. Get this off my chest. Meaning, to say something you've been holding in. To say something you've been holding in. I need to get this off my chest before it gets worse. I need to get this off my chest before it gets worse. Call a spade a spade. Call a spade a spade. Meaning, to speak honestly. To speak honestly. We should call a spade and stop pretending everything is fine. We should call a spade and stop pretending everything is fine. Let sleeping dogs lie. Let sleeping dogs lie. Meaning, to avoid problems. To avoid problems. It might be wiser to let sleeping dogs lie and keep the peace. It might be wiser to let sleeping dogs lie and keep the peace. Put two and two together. Put two and two together. Meaning, to understand something from clues. To understand something from clues. I put two and two together when I saw the messages and his reaction. I put two and two together when I saw the messages and his reaction. Speak your heart out. Speak your heart out. Meaning, to talk freely. To talk freely. You can speak your heart out with me. You can speak your heart out with me. Read the bigger picture. Read the bigger picture. Meaning, to understand the wider situation, not just small details. To understand the wider situation, not just small details. Try to read the bigger picture before reacting to one small mistake. Try to read the bigger picture before reacting to one small mistake. Draw things to a close. Draw things to a close. Meaning, to finish something calmly and politely. To finish something calmly and politely. It's probably time to draw things to a close and thank everyone. It's probably time to draw things to a close and thank everyone. That's not what I expected, but I'll roll with it. That's not what I expected, but I'll roll with it. I didn't see that coming at all, to be honest. I didn't see that coming at all, to be honest. Well, that took a turn I wasn't ready for. Well, that took a turn I wasn't ready for. I suppose it could have gone much worse. I suppose it could have gone much worse. That actually worked out better than planned. That actually worked out better than planned. I had a feeling something like this would happen. I had a feeling something like this would happen. I can't decide if I should laugh or complain. I can't decide if I should laugh or complain. That's one way of looking at it, I guess. That's one way of looking at it, I guess. I didn't think it would turn into this. I didn't think it would turn into this. Somehow, everything ended up fine in the end. Somehow, everything ended up fine in the end. That explains a lot, now that you mention it. That explains a lot, now that you mention it. I was completely wrong about that one. I was completely wrong about that one. I wouldn't have guessed that in a million years. I wouldn't have guessed that in a million years. That really puts things into perspective. That really puts things into perspective. I didn't expect it to hit me like that. I didn't expect it to hit me like that. Now it all makes sense to me. Now it all makes sense to me. I'm glad I didn't jump to conclusions. I'm glad I didn't jump to conclusions. That could have been handled a lot better. That could have been handled a lot better. I didn't realise it was that serious. I didn't realise it was that serious. At least now we know what's going on. At least now we know what's going on. I'm not really into that kind of thing anymore. I'm not really into that kind of thing anymore. I'd rather stick with what I know works. I'd rather stick with what I know works. I'm open to trying it, but I'm not convinced yet. I'm open to trying it, but I'm not convinced yet. That's just not my cup of tea. That's just not my cup of tea. I honestly prefer it the other way around. I honestly prefer it the other way around. I don't mind it, but I wouldn't choose it myself. I don't mind it, but I wouldn't choose it myself. I've grown to like it over time. I've grown to like it over time. It's not bad, just not what I'm after. It's not bad, just not what I'm after. I see why people like it, but it's not for me. I see why people like it, but it's not for me. I'd pick something simpler if I had the choice. I'd pick something simpler if I had the choice. I used to like it more than I do now. I used to like it more than I do now. I'm somewhere in the middle on that one. I'm somewhere in the middle on that one. It depends on the mood I'm in. It depends on the mood I'm in. I wouldn't say no, but I'm not excited either. I wouldn't say no, but I'm not excited either. That's probably not something I'd go for again. That's probably not something I'd go for again. I actually enjoy it more than I thought I would. I actually enjoy it more than I thought I would. I don't feel strongly about it either way. I don't feel strongly about it either way. It's fine, but I've had better. It's fine, but I've had better. I think it's overrated, personally. I think it's overrated, personally. I've always preferred the quieter option. I've always preferred the quieter option. I'll think about it and get back to you. I'll think about it and get back to you. Let me sleep on it before deciding. Let me sleep on it before deciding. I'm leaning towards saying yes. I'm leaning towards saying yes. I might leave it for another day. I might leave it for another day. I don't think now is the right time. I don't think now is the right time. I'll go with whatever feels right later. I'll go with whatever feels right later. I'm still weighing up my options. I'm still weighing up my options. I'd rather not rush into it. I'd rather not rush into it. I'll decide once I have all the details. I'll decide once I have all the details. I don't want to commit just yet. I don't want to commit just yet. I'll take a closer look before choosing. I'll take a closer look before choosing. I need a bit more time to be sure. I need a bit more time to be sure. I'm tempted, but I'm not certain. I'm tempted, but I'm not certain. I think I'll pass this time. I think I'll pass this time. I'll give it a miss today. I'll give it a miss today. I'll see how things go first. I'll see how things go first. I'm happy to wait and see. I'm happy to wait and see. I'll follow your lead on this one. I'll follow your lead on this one. I'll go along with it for now. I'll go along with it for now. Let's leave it open for the moment. Let's leave it open for the moment. Everything seems to take longer than it should. Everything seems to take longer than it should. That's been getting on my nerves all day. That's been getting on my nerves all day. I can't believe how slow this is moving. I can't believe how slow this is moving. It's one of those days where nothing clicks. It's one of those days where nothing clicks. I'm tired of dealing with the same issue. I'm tired of dealing with the same issue. This really shouldn't be this complicated. This really shouldn't be this complicated. I've had enough of repeating myself. I've had enough of repeating myself. Why does this always happen at the worst time? Why does this always happen at the worst time? I can't seem to catch a break today. I can't seem to catch a break today. That was the last thing I needed. That was the last thing I needed. It feels like one thing after another. It feels like one thing after another. I just want this sorted already. I just want this sorted already. That really threw me off my rhythm. That really threw me off my rhythm. I don't have the patience for this right now. I don't have the patience for this right now. This is starting to feel ridiculous. This is starting to feel ridiculous. I'm trying not to let it bother me. I'm trying not to let it bother me. It's a small thing, but still annoying. It's a small thing, but still annoying. I don't know why this keeps happening. I don't know why this keeps happening. I wish it were as simple as it sounds. I wish it were as simple as it sounds. I'm more frustrated than I should be. I'm more frustrated than I should be. What have you been up to lately? What have you been up to lately? How did that turn out in the end? How did that turn out in the end? That reminds me of something similar. That reminds me of something similar. You won't believe what happened earlier. You won't believe what happened earlier. Speaking of that, I've got a question. Speaking of that, I've got a question. I've been meaning to ask you something. I've been meaning to ask you something. That's interesting. Tell me more about it. That's interesting. Tell me more about it. How do you usually deal with that? How do you usually deal with that? I hadn't thought about it like that. I hadn't thought about it like that. What made you decide to do that? What made you decide to do that? That's a good point, actually. That's a good point, actually. I see where you're coming from. I see where you're coming from. What would you have done differently? What would you have done differently? Have you ever had something like that happen? Have you ever had something like that happen? That sounds easier said than done. That sounds easier said than done. I've heard mixed things about it. I've heard mixed things about it. Would you do it again if you could? Would you do it again if you could? How did you feel about it afterwards? How did you feel about it afterwards? That must have been quite something. That must have been quite something. I'd love to hear how it goes. I'd love to hear how it goes. I've been meaning to get around to that. I've been meaning to get around to that. Lately, everything feels a bit rushed. Lately, everything feels a bit rushed. Time seems to fly when I'm busy. Time seems to fly when I'm busy. I try not to waste my mornings anymore. I try not to waste my mornings anymore. My days tend to blur together sometimes. My days tend to blur together sometimes. I'm slowly getting back into a routine. I'm slowly getting back into a routine. I wish I had more time for myself. I wish I had more time for myself. Things always feel calmer in the evening. Things always feel calmer in the evening. I've been trying to wake up earlier. I've been trying to wake up earlier. My schedule is all over the place. My schedule is all over the place. I usually leave things until the last minute. I usually leave things until the last minute. I'm trying to be better with my time. I'm trying to be better with my time. Some days just disappear without warning. Some days just disappear without warning. I like taking things at my own pace. I like taking things at my own pace. I need to slow down a bit. I need to slow down a bit. I don't like feeling rushed all the time. I don't like feeling rushed all the time. My routine changes depending on the week. My routine changes depending on the week. I've started planning things a little better. I've started planning things a little better. It helps when I stay organised. It helps when I stay organised. I'm learning to manage my time properly. I'm learning to manage my time properly. I didn't want to make things awkward. I didn't want to make things awkward. I wasn't sure how to bring it up. I wasn't sure how to bring it up. I probably could have handled that better. I probably could have handled that better. I didn't mean for it to come out like that. I didn't mean for it to come out like that. I'm glad we talked it through. I'm glad we talked it through. I didn't want there to be any tension. I didn't want there to be any tension. I think we just misunderstood each other. I think we just misunderstood each other. I appreciate you being honest with me. I appreciate you being honest with me. I didn't expect that reaction at all. I didn't expect that reaction at all. It meant a lot that you said that. It meant a lot that you said that. I wasn't trying to upset anyone. I wasn't trying to upset anyone. I should have said something sooner. I should have said something sooner. I'm trying to be more upfront. I'm trying to be more upfront. I didn't realise it bothered you. I didn't realise it bothered you. I value your opinion on this. I value your opinion on this. I didn't want it to turn into an argument. I didn't want it to turn into an argument. I'm glad we cleared the air. I'm glad we cleared the air. I should have listened more carefully. I should have listened more carefully. I wasn't sure how you'd take it. I wasn't sure how you'd take it. I'm trying to be more patient. I'm trying to be more patient. I'm trying to stay on top of things. I'm trying to stay on top of things. Some days are more productive than others. Some days are more productive than others. I'm slowly getting the hang of it. I'm slowly getting the hang of it. I still have a lot to learn. I still have a lot to learn. I'm pushing myself a bit more lately. I'm pushing myself a bit more lately. I'm trying not to overthink everything. I'm trying not to overthink everything. I've been setting small goals for myself. I've been setting small goals for myself. I'm learning from my mistakes. I'm learning from my mistakes. I'm figuring things out as I go. I'm figuring things out as I go. I don't want to burn myself out. I don't want to burn myself out. I'm trying to work smarter, not harder. I'm trying to work smarter, not harder. I'm finding my own way of doing things. I'm finding my own way of doing things. Some things just take time to improve. Some things just take time to improve. I'm focusing on progress, not perfection. I'm focusing on progress, not perfection. I'm getting more confident with practice. I'm getting more confident with practice. I still second guess myself sometimes. I still second guess myself sometimes. I'm learning to trust my instincts. I'm learning to trust my instincts. I'm getting better at handling pressure. I'm getting better at handling pressure. I'm trying to stay consistent. I'm trying to stay consistent. I'm building better habits slowly. I'm building better habits slowly. I didn't realize how much that affected me. I didn't realize how much that affected me. I've been thinking about that a lot lately. I've been thinking about that a lot lately. I'm trying to stay positive about it. I'm trying to stay positive about it. Some things are harder to shake than others. Some things are harder to shake than others. I'm learning to let things go. I'm learning to let things go. I tend to overanalyze small things. I tend to overanalyze small things. I'm trying not to be too hard on myself. I'm trying not to be too hard on myself. I'm slowly getting used to the change. I'm slowly getting used to the change. I didn't expect it to feel like this. I didn't expect it to feel like this. I'm working on being more patient with myself. I'm working on being more patient with myself. I'm still figuring out how I feel about it. I'm still figuring out how I feel about it. I didn't know what to make of it at first. I didn't know what to make of it at first. I'm learning to trust the process. I'm learning to trust the process. I've become more aware of my reactions. I've become more aware of my reactions. I'm trying to keep things in perspective. I'm trying to keep things in perspective. I'm learning to stay calm under pressure. I'm learning to stay calm under pressure. I didn't want to jump to conclusions. I didn't want to jump to conclusions. I'm starting to see things differently now. I'm starting to see things differently now. I'm getting more comfortable with uncertainty. I'm getting more comfortable with uncertainty. I'm learning to accept things as they are. I'm learning to accept things as they are. Let me know if anything changes. Let me know if anything changes. I'll keep you posted on that. I'll keep you posted on that. I really appreciate your help with this. I really appreciate your help with this. Thanks for being patient with me. Thanks for being patient with me. I'll sort it out as soon as I can. I'll sort it out as soon as I can. I didn't forget about it, by the way. I didn't forget about it, by the way. I'll take care of it later today. I'll take care of it later today. I'll double check just to be sure. I'll double check just to be sure. I'll get back to you shortly. I'll get back to you shortly. That should be fine on my end. That should be fine on my end. I'll make sure everything's ready. I'll make sure everything's ready. I'll let you know how it goes. I'll let you know how it goes. Thanks for giving me a heads up. Thanks for giving me a heads up. I'll keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind. That works for me perfectly. That works for me perfectly. I'll follow up with you soon. I'll follow up with you soon. I'll see what I can do. I'll see what I can do. I'll try my best to make it work. I'll try my best to make it work. I'll leave it with you for now. I'll leave it with you for now. Speak soon and take care. Speak soon and take care. I need to charge my phone before it turns off again. I need to charge my phone before it turns off again. My screen keeps freezing every time I open that app. My screen keeps freezing every time I open that app. I accidentally swiped away the notification and now I can't find it. I accidentally swiped away the notification and now I can't find it. My phone won't recognize my face this morning. My phone won't recognize my face this morning. I pressed the power button, but nothing happened. I pressed the power button, but nothing happened. I'm running out of storage, so I need to delete some videos. I'm running out of storage, so I need to delete some videos. My battery drains way too fast when I'm outside. My battery drains way too fast when I'm outside. I keep missing calls because my phone is always on silent. I keep missing calls because my phone is always on silent. The keyboard suddenly changed and now I can't type properly. The keyboard suddenly changed and now I can't type properly. I downloaded an app, but I have no idea where it went. I downloaded an app, but I have no idea where it went. My phone overheats whenever I try to record videos. My phone overheats whenever I try to record videos. I took a photo, but it came out completely blurry. I took a photo, but it came out completely blurry. I accidentally sent the message before finishing it. I accidentally sent the message before finishing it. My phone restarts on its own sometimes, which is annoying. My phone restarts on its own sometimes, which is annoying. I can't unlock my phone because I forgot the pattern. I can't unlock my phone because I forgot the pattern. My laptop is taking ages to start up today. My laptop is taking ages to start up today. I need to clear my desktop. It's way too cluttered. I need to clear my desktop. It's way too cluttered. The cursor keeps jumping around while I'm typing. The cursor keeps jumping around while I'm typing. I saved the file, but now I can't remember where I put it. I saved the file, but now I can't remember where I put it. My computer fan is so loud it sounds like it might take off. My computer fan is so loud it sounds like it might take off. The browser keeps crashing whenever I open too many tabs. The browser keeps crashing whenever I open too many tabs. I spilt water on my keyboard, so a few keys don't work. I spilt water on my keyboard, so a few keys don't work. My laptop shuts down randomly when it gets too hot. My laptop shuts down randomly when it gets too hot. I tried to install the software, but the installation failed. I tried to install the software, but the installation failed. The screen keeps flickering, and I don't know why. The screen keeps flickering, and I don't know why. I can't log in because it says my password is incorrect. I can't log in because it says my password is incorrect. The update is stuck at 99% and it won't move. The update is stuck at 99% and it won't move. I need to free up space because my storage is almost full. I need to free up space because my storage is almost full. My mouse stopped working, so I'm using the touchpad for now. My mouse stopped working, so I'm using the touchpad for now. I can't hear anything. I think my speakers are broken. I can't hear anything. I think my speakers are broken. The Wi-Fi keeps dropping every few minutes. The Wi-Fi keeps dropping every few minutes. My internet is so slow that even loading a page feels painful. My internet is so slow that even loading a page feels painful. I forgot the Wi-Fi password again. Can you send it to me? I forgot the Wi-Fi password again. Can you send it to me? I'm connected, but nothing is loading. I'm connected, but nothing is loading. The website won't open, even though everything else works. The website won't open, even though everything else works. I restarted the router, but it didn't help. I restarted the router, but it didn't help. My phone connects fine, but my laptop refuses to. My phone connects fine, but my laptop refuses to. The signal is weak at the back of the house. The signal is weak at the back of the house. I can't join the meeting because my internet is unstable. I can't join the meeting because my internet is unstable. The video keeps buffering, which is driving me mad. The video keeps buffering, which is driving me mad. I reached my data limit, so everything slowed down. I reached my data limit, so everything slowed down. The page keeps refreshing on its own. The page keeps refreshing on its own. My browser says the connection isn't secure. My browser says the connection isn't secure. The file won't upload. The bar just stops halfway. The file won't upload. The bar just stops halfway. I finally got full signal after moving closer to the router. I finally got full signal after moving closer to the router. I posted it and it got likes immediately. I posted it and it got likes immediately. I keep getting the same notification twice. I keep getting the same notification twice. I messaged him, but he hasn't read it yet. I messaged him, but he hasn't read it yet. I typed a comment, but then I deleted it last second. I typed a comment, but then I deleted it last second. My feed is full of the same videos today. My feed is full of the same videos today. I keep forgetting to reply to people. I keep forgetting to reply to people. I accidentally reacted with the wrong emoji. I accidentally reacted with the wrong emoji. The app logged me out and now won't let me back in. The app logged me out and now won't let me back in. I took a selfie, but the lighting was awful. I took a selfie, but the lighting was awful. I shared the post, but it didn't show up on my profile. I shared the post, but it didn't show up on my profile. I muted the group because it was too noisy. I muted the group because it was too noisy. The video keeps looping even when I scroll away. The video keeps looping even when I scroll away. I tried to send a photo, but the file was too big. I tried to send a photo, but the file was too big. I can't find the message. It's buried somewhere in the chat. I can't find the message. It's buried somewhere in the chat. My story uploaded, but the audio disappeared. My story uploaded, but the audio disappeared. I restarted it and suddenly everything worked again. I restarted it and suddenly everything worked again. I checked the cable and it was barely plugged in. I checked the cable and it was barely plugged in. I updated the app because it kept glitching. I updated the app because it kept glitching. Turning it off and on actually fixed it this time. Turning it off and on actually fixed it this time. I cleared the cache and now it runs smoothly. I cleared the cache and now it runs smoothly. I uninstalled the program and reinstalled it from scratch. I uninstalled the program and reinstalled it from scratch. I switched browsers and the website finally opened. I switched browsers and the website finally opened. I reset the settings, hoping it would sort things out. I reset the settings, hoping it would sort things out. I ran the troubleshooting tool, but it didn't find anything. I ran the troubleshooting tool, but it didn't find anything. I tested it on another device, and it worked fine. I tested it on another device, and it worked fine. The app kept crashing, so I sent a bug report. The app kept crashing, so I sent a bug report. I checked for updates, and there were 3 waiting. I checked for updates, and there were 3 waiting. I freed up some space, and the lag disappeared. I freed up some space, and the lag disappeared. I changed the cable, and the problem went away instantly. I changed the cable, and the problem went away instantly. I finally managed to fix it after trying everything. I finally managed to fix it after trying everything. The movie won't load, so I refreshed the page. The movie won't load, so I refreshed the page. The audio was out of sync with the video. The audio was out of sync with the video. I paused it for a second and the app crashed. I paused it for a second and the app crashed. The subtitles didn't match what they were saying. The subtitles didn't match what they were saying. I clicked next episode, but nothing happened. I clicked next episode, but nothing happened. The quality dropped to 144p for no reason. The quality dropped to 144p for no reason. I lost my place because it didn't save my progress. I lost my place because it didn't save my progress. I connected it to the TV, but the screen stayed black. I connected it to the TV, but the screen stayed black. The sound suddenly disappeared mid-sentence. The sound suddenly disappeared mid-sentence. It keeps asking me to sign in again. It keeps asking me to sign in again. The stream froze right at the most exciting moment. The stream froze right at the most exciting moment. I can't find the show. It's vanished from the search. I can't find the show. It's vanished from the search. It logged me out while I was watching. It logged me out while I was watching. The playlist stopped after one song. The playlist stopped after one song. The app suggested the same film 3 times today. The app suggested the same film 3 times today. I tried to send the email, but the attachment was too large. I tried to send the email, but the attachment was too large. The document won't save no matter what I do. The document won't save no matter what I do. I joined the meeting, but nobody could hear me. I joined the meeting, but nobody could hear me. My screen froze while I was sharing it. My screen froze while I was sharing it. I lost the file because I forgot to back it up. I lost the file because I forgot to back it up. I accidentally sent the email before proofreading it. I accidentally sent the email before proofreading it. My camera won't turn on during the call. My camera won't turn on during the call. The shared folder says I don't have permission. The shared folder says I don't have permission. I uploaded the wrong version of the document. I uploaded the wrong version of the document. My calendar reminders didn't go off today. My calendar reminders didn't go off today. I edited the file, but the changes didn't sync. I edited the file, but the changes didn't sync. I typed the wrong meeting ID and joined a random call. I typed the wrong meeting ID and joined a random call. I drafted the email but never actually pressed send. I drafted the email but never actually pressed send. The PDF kept opening in the wrong program. The PDF kept opening in the wrong program. I archived the message and now I can't find it. I archived the message and now I can't find it. The smart speaker misheard me and played the wrong song. The smart speaker misheard me and played the wrong song. My lights didn't turn on at sunset like they're supposed to. My lights didn't turn on at sunset like they're supposed to. The thermostat kept changing the temperature on its own. The thermostat kept changing the temperature on its own. I asked the assistant a question and it replied with nonsense. I asked the assistant a question and it replied with nonsense. The mic didn't pick up my voice from across the room. The mic didn't pick up my voice from across the room. My doorbell camera lagged when someone knocked. My doorbell camera lagged when someone knocked. The smart plug didn't switch off when I told it to. The smart plug didn't switch off when I told it to. The speaker connected, but the sound was distorted. The speaker connected, but the sound was distorted. The vacuum got stuck under the sofa again. The vacuum got stuck under the sofa again. The alarm triggered even though nobody was home. The alarm triggered even though nobody was home. I tried to rename the device, but the app wouldn't update. I tried to rename the device, but the app wouldn't update. The assistant kept saying, "Sorry, I didn't get that." The assistant kept saying, "Sorry, I didn't get that." My lights flashed randomly in the middle of the night. My lights flashed randomly in the middle of the night. I couldn't connect the new device to the network. I couldn't connect the new device to the network. The Home app says the device is offline even though it's not. The Home app says the device is offline even though it's not. I added it to my basket, but it disappeared when I checked out. I added it to my basket, but it disappeared when I checked out. My payment didn't go through the first time. My payment didn't go through the first time. I ordered it yesterday and it's already on its way. I ordered it yesterday and it's already on its way. The discount code worked, but the total didn't change. The discount code worked, but the total didn't change. I confirmed the purchase, but I never got a receipt. I confirmed the purchase, but I never got a receipt. I'm waiting for the verification text so I can continue. I'm waiting for the verification text so I can continue. The website froze right after I clicked Pay Now. The website froze right after I clicked Pay Now. I checked the delivery tracker and it hasn't moved. I checked the delivery tracker and it hasn't moved. I bought the wrong size because the chart was confusing. I bought the wrong size because the chart was confusing. The item sold out while it was still in my basket. The item sold out while it was still in my basket. I returned the product, but the refund hasn't arrived. I returned the product, but the refund hasn't arrived. I can't place the order because it won't accept my address. I can't place the order because it won't accept my address. The price changed the moment I refreshed the page. The price changed the moment I refreshed the page. I pressed back and it cleared my entire order. I pressed back and it cleared my entire order. I bought it, but now I want to cancel the order. I bought it, but now I want to cancel the order. I forgot to back up my photos again. I forgot to back up my photos again. I set a reminder, but I didn't hear the alert. I set a reminder, but I didn't hear the alert. My phone keeps suggesting apps I don't want. My phone keeps suggesting apps I don't want. I need to sort through my downloads. It's a mess. I need to sort through my downloads. It's a mess. My notifications won't stop buzzing today. My notifications won't stop buzzing today. I changed the wallpaper, but I don't like it anymore. I changed the wallpaper, but I don't like it anymore. I recorded a voice note, but it didn't save. I recorded a voice note, but it didn't save. I can't find the file I just downloaded. I can't find the file I just downloaded. My screen dimmed suddenly, even though it's fully charged. My screen dimmed suddenly, even though it's fully charged. I enabled dark mode and now everything looks different. I enabled dark mode and now everything looks different. My device keeps asking me to verify my identity. My device keeps asking me to verify my identity. I cleaned out old apps I never used. I cleaned out old apps I never used. The alarm didn't ring because the volume was muted. The alarm didn't ring because the volume was muted. I took a screenshot, but it didn't show in my gallery. I took a screenshot, but it didn't show in my gallery. My device is acting strange. I think it needs a restart. My device is acting strange. I think it needs a restart. Substantiate a claim. Substantiate a claim. Meaning, provide evidence to prove a statement. Provide evidence to prove a statement. If you make an accusation, you need to substantiate a claim with evidence. If you make an accusation, you need to substantiate a claim with evidence. Refute an allegation. Refute an allegation. Meaning, show an accusation is false. Show an accusation is false. The spokesperson steps forward to refute an allegation made by the press. The spokesperson steps forward to refute an allegation made by the press. Undermine credibility. Undermine credibility. Meaning, weaken how trustworthy something seems. Weaken how trustworthy something seems. Inconsistent statements can undermine credibility in an argument. Inconsistent statements can undermine credibility in an argument. Dismiss the premise. Dismiss the premise. Meaning, reject the basic idea the argument is built on. Reject the basic idea the argument is built on. He stands up to dismiss the premise entirely. He stands up to dismiss the premise entirely. Draw a distinction. Draw a distinction. Meaning, show an important difference between things. Show an important difference between things. We must draw a distinction between options and verified facts. We must draw a distinction between options and verified facts. Challenge the validity. Challenge the validity. Meaning, question whether something is logically or factually sound. Question whether something is logically or factually sound. Several scientists start to challenge the validity of the report. Several scientists start to challenge the validity of the report. Misrepresent the facts. Misrepresent the facts. Meaning, present information in a false or misleading way. Present information in a false or misleading way. The headline appears to misrepresent the facts to create drama. The headline appears to misrepresent the facts to create drama. Offer a rebuttal. Offer a rebuttal. Meaning, present reasons against a point that was made. Present reasons against a point that was made. She calmly stands to offer a rebuttal to the accusation. She calmly stands to offer a rebuttal to the accusation. Weigh the evidence. Weigh the evidence. Meaning, judge how strong the proof is overall. Judge how strong the proof is overall. The committee needs more time to weigh the evidence. The committee needs more time to weigh the evidence. Reach an impasse. Reach an impasse. Meaning, arrive at a deadlock with no progress possible. Arrive at a deadlock with no progress possible. Negotiations reach an impasse with neither side willing to change. Negotiations reach an impasse with neither side willing to change. Construct a persuasive argument. Construct a persuasive argument. Meaning, build a convincing line of reasoning. Build a convincing line of reasoning. Students learn how to construct a persuasive argument in essays. Students learn how to construct a persuasive argument in essays. Appeal to emotion. Appeal to emotion. Meaning, attempt to persuade by triggering feelings, not logic. Attempt to persuade by triggering feelings, not logic. Politicians often appeal to emotion rather than logic. Politicians often appeal to emotion rather than logic. Defend a viewpoint. Defend a viewpoint. Meaning, support your opinion when it's attacked. Support your opinion when it's attacked. Even under pressure, he tries to defend a viewpoint logically. Even under pressure, he tries to defend a viewpoint logically. Contradict the narrative. Contradict the narrative. Meaning, go against the commonly told version of events. Go against the commonly told version of events. New facts begin to contradict the narrative presented online. New facts begin to contradict the narrative presented online. Assert authority. Assert authority. Meaning, state your expertise or right to be believed. State your expertise or right to be believed. Experts assert authority by citing reliable research. Experts assert authority by citing reliable research. Back up a conclusion. Back up a conclusion. Meaning, support your final judgment with proof. Support your final judgment with proof. You must back up a conclusion with data, not guesses. You must back up a conclusion with data, not guesses. Offer a counter-narrative. Offer a counter-narrative. Meaning, provide a competing explanation of events. Provide a competing explanation of events. Several experts appear to offer a counter-narrative to the official story. Several experts appear to offer a counter-narrative to the official story. Adopt a position. Adopt a position. Meaning, take and hold a clear stance on an issue. Take and hold a clear stance on an issue. Scholars adopt a position based on evidence, not opinion. Scholars adopt a position based on evidence, not opinion. Reach a logical inference. Reach a logical inference. Meaning, arrive at a reasoned reduction from facts. Arrive at a reasoned reduction from facts. From the results, we can reach a logical inference. From the results, we can reach a logical inference. Pose a counter question. Pose a counter question. Meaning, respond with a question that challenges the premise. Respond with a question that challenges the premise. Instead of answering, he decides to pose a counter question. Instead of answering, he decides to pose a counter question. Challenge the assumption. Challenge the assumption. Meaning, question a belief taken for granted. Question a belief taken for granted. The new theory starts to challenge the assumption about behavior. The new theory starts to challenge the assumption about behavior. Draw a parallel. Draw a parallel. Meaning, point out a meaningful similarity. Point out a meaningful similarity. It is useful to draw a parallel between history and modern politics. It is useful to draw a parallel between history and modern politics. Invalidate the argument. Invalidate the argument. Meaning, make the reasoning no longer acceptable. Make the reasoning no longer acceptable. One missing detail can invalidate the argument completely. One missing detail can invalidate the argument completely. Provide corroborating evidence. Provide corroborating evidence. Meaning, give supporting proof from another source. Give supporting proof from another source. 3 witnesses provide corroborating evidence. 3 witnesses provide corroborating evidence. Analyze the implications. Analyze the implications. Meaning, examine likely consequences or effects. Examine likely consequences or effects. Before voting, we must analyze the implications of the change. Before voting, we must analyze the implications of the change. Reach a reasonable compromise. Reach a reasonable compromise. Meaning, find a fair middle ground agreement. Find a fair middle ground agreement. After hours of debate, they reach a reasonable compromise. After hours of debate, they reach a reasonable compromise. Grant the possibility. Grant the possibility. Meaning, accept that something might be true. Accept that something might be true. After seeing the evidence, he finally decides to grant the possibility that he might be wrong. After seeing the evidence, he finally decides to grant the possibility that he might be wrong. Deliver a sharp criticism. Deliver a sharp criticism. Meaning, express strong, direct disapproval. Express strong, direct disapproval. Journalists deliver a sharp criticism of the policy. Journalists deliver a sharp criticism of the policy. Offer a compelling reason. Offer a compelling reason. Meaning, present a strong, persuasive justification. Present a strong, persuasive justification. She tries to offer a compelling reason to delay the decision. She tries to offer a compelling reason to delay the decision. Dismiss a counter-argument. Dismiss a counter-argument. Meaning, reject an opposing point, often too quickly. Reject an opposing point, often too quickly. He tries to dismiss a counter-argument without addressing it properly. He tries to dismiss a counter-argument without addressing it properly. Interpret the data. Interpret the data. Meaning, explain what the numbers or facts mean. Explain what the numbers or facts mean. Experts interpret the data differently, causing disagreement. Experts interpret the data differently, causing disagreement. Cast doubt on. Cast doubt on. Meaning, make people uncertain about it. Make people uncertain about it. Several inconsistencies cast doubt on the witness's story. Several inconsistencies cast doubt on the witness's story. Take issue with. Take issue with. Meaning, disagree with it firmly. Disagree with it firmly. I have to take issue with your conclusion. I have to take issue with your conclusion. Reach a broader audience. Reach a broader audience. Meaning, communicate effectively to more people. Communicate effectively to more people. Clear arguments reach a broader audience than emotional shouting. Clear arguments reach a broader audience than emotional shouting. Reinforce an opinion. Reinforce an opinion. Meaning, strengthen a belief someone already holds. Strengthen a belief someone already holds. The results reinforce an opinion held for decades. The results reinforce an opinion held for decades. Offer constructive criticism. Offer constructive criticism. Meaning, give helpful, improvement-focused feedback. Give helpful, improvement-focused feedback. She tries to offer constructive criticism instead of insults. She tries to offer constructive criticism instead of insults. Address the controversy. Address the controversy. Meaning, deal with public disagreement directly. Deal with public disagreement directly. The minister appears on TV to address the controversy. The minister appears on TV to address the controversy. Shape public perception. Shape public perception. Meaning, influence how the public sees an issue. Influence how the public sees an issue. Media headlines shape public perception quickly. Media headlines shape public perception quickly. Debunk a myth. Debunk a myth. Meaning, prove that a widely held belief is false. Prove that a widely held belief is false. Scientists step forward to debunk a myth. Scientists step forward to debunk a myth. Investigate the claim. Investigate the claim. Meaning, examine whether a statement is true. Examine whether a statement is true. Before we believe it, we should investigate the claim. Before we believe it, we should investigate the claim. Rebut an accusation. Rebut an accusation. Meaning, argue against a charge with evidence. Argue against a charge with evidence. He calmly stands to rebut an accusation with facts. He calmly stands to rebut an accusation with facts. Impose a narrative. Impose a narrative. Meaning, push a particular story as the accepted truth. Push a particular story as the accepted truth. Some groups try to impose a narrative that isn't true. Some groups try to impose a narrative that isn't true. Generate polarized opinions. Generate polarized opinions. Meaning, cause people to split into opposing camps. Cause people to split into opposing camps. The topic starts to generate polarized opinions online. The topic starts to generate polarized opinions online. Justify a stance. justify a stance, meaning give reasons for your position. Give reasons for your position. He struggles to justify a stance with any real logic. He struggles to justify a stance with any real logic. Acknowledge bias. Acknowledge bias, meaning accept that partiality may affect judgment. Accept that partiality may affect judgment. We must acknowledge bias before analysing the data. We must acknowledge bias before analysing the data. Contest the conclusion. Contest the conclusion, meaning dispute the final judgment reached. Dispute the final judgment reached. Experts contest the conclusion made by the government. Experts contest the conclusion made by the government. Present compelling evidence. Present compelling evidence, meaning show proof that is strong and convincing. Show proof that is strong and convincing. Two studies present compelling evidence for the theory. Two studies present compelling evidence for the theory. Remain open-minded. Remain open-minded, meaning keep willingness to consider other views. Keep willingness to consider other views. Even in heated arguments, try to remain open-minded. Even in heated arguments, try to remain open-minded. Offer a balanced perspective. Offer a balanced perspective, meaning present fair coverage of different sides. Present fair coverage of different sides. The journalist tries to offer a balanced perspective. The journalist tries to offer a balanced perspective. Concede the point. Concede the point, meaning admit the other side is right on a specific detail. Admit the other side is right on a specific detail. After hearing the evidence, he has to concede the point. After hearing the evidence, he has to concede the point. Lay down. Lay down, meaning to establish a rule or law. To establish a rule or law. The manager will lay down new safety regulations for the factory. The manager will lay down new safety regulations for the factory. Crack down. Crack down, meaning to take strong action to stop something illegal or wrong. To take strong action to stop something illegal or wrong. The police will crack down on illegal parking in the city centre. The police will crack down on illegal parking in the city centre. Hand down. Hand down, meaning to officially give a decision or punishment. To officially give a decision or punishment. The judge will hand down the final verdict tomorrow. The judge will hand down the final verdict tomorrow. Bring in. Bring in, meaning to introduce a new rule or law. to introduce a new rule or law. The government plans to bring in stricter rules on pollution. The government plans to bring in stricter rules on pollution. Carry out. Carry out. Meaning to perform or enforce something, especially an order. To perform or enforce something, especially an order. The officers will carry out regular inspections next month. The officers will carry out regular inspections next month. Follow up. Follow up. Meaning to check or investigate something further. To check or investigate something further. The inspector will follow up on last week's complaints. The inspector will follow up on last week's complaints. Stick to. Stick to. Meaning to obey or remain committed to something. To obey or remain committed to something. You must stick to the dress code at all times. You must stick to the dress code at all times. Abide by. Abide by. Meaning to accept and follow a rule or decision. To accept and follow a rule or decision. All members must abide by the club's regulations. All members must abide by the club's regulations. Act on. Act on. Meaning to take action based on advice or information. To take action based on advice or information. The council will act on the citizens' feedback immediately. The council will act on the citizens' feedback immediately. Carry on. Carry on. Meaning to continue doing something despite difficulties. To continue doing something despite difficulties. The officer told them to carry on with their duties. The officer told them to carry on with their duties. Look into. Look into. Meaning to investigate or examine something carefully. To investigate or examine something carefully. The committee will look into claims of corruption. The committee will look into claims of corruption. Deal with. Deal with. Meaning to take action about a problem or situation. To take action about a problem or situation. The principal will deal with students who break the rules. The principal will deal with students who break the rules. Come under. Come under. Meaning to be subjected to authority or control. To be subjected to authority or control. All departments come under the director's supervision. All departments come under the director's supervision. Hand over. Hand over. Meaning to give control or responsibility to someone else. To give control or responsibility to someone else. The officer will hand over the keys to the new manager. The officer will hand over the keys to the new manager. Back up, meaning to support or confirm someone's authority. To support or confirm someone's authority. The teacher expects the headmaster to back up her decisions. The teacher expects the headmaster to back up her decisions. Rule out, meaning to decide officially that something is not allowed. To decide officially that something is not allowed. The company will rule out any form of harassment at work. The company will rule out any form of harassment at work. Turn down, meaning to refuse a request or offer formally. To refuse a request or offer formally. The board may turn down his application for promotion. The board may turn down his application for promotion. Set out, meaning to explain rules or plans clearly and in detail. To explain rules or plans clearly and in detail. The contract will set out your rights and responsibilities. The contract will set out your rights and responsibilities. Look after, meaning to be responsible for or protect someone or something. To be responsible for or protect someone or something. Security guards look after the premises at night. Security guards look after the premises at night. Check up on, meaning to monitor someone's actions to ensure compliance. To monitor someone's actions to ensure compliance. Supervisors regularly check up on staff performance. Supervisors regularly check up on staff performance. Lay off, meaning to dismiss someone from a job for official reasons. To dismiss someone from a job for official reasons. The company had to lay off workers due to budget cuts. The company had to lay off workers due to budget cuts. Call for, meaning to demand or require something officially. To demand or require something officially. This situation may call for immediate action from the authorities. This situation may call for immediate action from the authorities. Draw up, meaning to prepare an official document or rule. To prepare an official document or rule. Lawyers will draw up a new code of conduct. Lawyers will draw up a new code of conduct. Keep to, meaning to follow an agreement or plan. To follow an agreement or plan. Please keep to the deadline stated in the contract. Please keep to the deadline stated in the contract. Put forward, meaning to suggest an idea or proposal formally. To suggest an idea or proposal formally. The committee will put forward a plan for fairer policies. The committee will put forward a plan for fairer policies. Hold up. Hold up. Meaning to delay progress or enforcement. To delay progress or enforcement. The dispute will hold up the final decision for weeks. The dispute will hold up the final decision for weeks. Step down. Step down. Meaning to resign from a position of authority. To resign from a position of authority. The mayor will step down at the end of his term. The mayor will step down at the end of his term. Take over. Take over. Meaning to assume control or responsibility. To assume control or responsibility. The deputy will take over when the manager retires. The deputy will take over when the manager retires. Stand by. Stand by. Meaning to support or remain loyal to someone in authority. To support or remain loyal to someone in authority. The officers will stand by their commander's decision. The officers will stand by their commander's decision. Keep up. Keep up. Meaning to continue maintaining a required standard. To continue maintaining a required standard. You must keep up your training to stay qualified. You must keep up your training to stay qualified. Check out. Check out. Meaning to examine something to ensure it meets the rules. To examine something to ensure it meets the rules. Officials will check out the site before granting approval. Officials will check out the site before granting approval. Look out for. Look out for. Meaning to watch carefully to ensure safety or compliance. To watch carefully to ensure safety or compliance. Guards, look out for anyone breaking the curfew. Guards, look out for anyone breaking the curfew. Break out. Break out. Meaning to begin suddenly, often used for conflict or disorder. To begin suddenly, often used for conflict or disorder. Arguments often break out when new rules are introduced. Arguments often break out when new rules are introduced. Clamp down on. Clamp down on. Meaning to become stricter in enforcing rules. To become stricter in enforcing rules. The government plans to clamp down on tax evasion. The government plans to clamp down on tax evasion. Call off. Call off. Meaning to cancel an event or action officially. To cancel an event or action officially. The police had to call off the search due to bad weather. The police had to call off the search due to bad weather. Hand in, meaning to submit or surrender something officially. To submit or surrender something officially. All drivers must hand in their old licenses by Friday. All drivers must hand in their old licenses by Friday. Bring about, meaning to cause or make something happen. To cause or make something happen. The new policy will bring about significant change. The new policy will bring about significant change. Set up, meaning to establish an organization or system. To establish an organization or system. They plan to set up a task force to review regulations. They plan to set up a task force to review regulations. Carry through, meaning to complete something despite difficulties. To complete something despite difficulties. The leader managed to carry through all his reforms. The leader managed to carry through all his reforms. Take down, meaning to remove something officially or record information. To remove something officially or record information. The officer will take down your statement for the report. The officer will take down your statement for the report. Go against, meaning to oppose a rule, decision, or person in authority. To oppose a rule, decision, or person in authority. His actions clearly go against the company's policy. His actions clearly go against the company's policy. Go by, meaning to follow or act according to rules or principles. To follow or act according to rules or principles. We have to go by what the regulations say. We have to go by what the regulations say. Cut off, meaning to stop something such as supplies or privileges. To stop something such as supplies or privileges. The council may cut off funding if rules are ignored. The council may cut off funding if rules are ignored. Articulate, meaning able to express ideas clearly. Able to express ideas clearly. She is articulate and explains complex ideas with ease. She is articulate and explains complex ideas with ease. Eloquent, meaning fluent and persuasive in speech. Fluent and persuasive in speech. The lawyer gave an eloquent closing argument. The lawyer gave an eloquent closing argument. Succinct, meaning expressed briefly and clearly. expressed briefly and clearly. He gave a succinct explanation of the problem. He gave a succinct explanation of the problem. Concise, concise, meaning giving much information in few words. Giving much information in few words. Her report was concise and straight to the point. Her report was concise and straight to the point. Direct, direct, meaning straightforward, without unnecessary detail. Straightforward, without unnecessary detail. The manager was very direct about the changes. The manager was very direct about the changes. Plain spoken, meaning simple and straightforward in language. Simple and straightforward in language. He was plain spoken, never hiding his true opinion. He was plain spoken, never hiding his true opinion. Blunt, blunt, meaning speaking in a very straightforward, sometimes harsh way. Speaking in a very straightforward, sometimes harsh way. She was blunt about not liking the proposal. She was blunt about not liking the proposal. Frank, frank, meaning open, honest, and direct in speech. Open, honest, and direct in speech. He was frank about his disappointment with the results. He was frank about his disappointment with the results. Candid, candid, meaning truthful and straightforward. Truthful and straightforward. The interview was candid and refreshing. The interview was candid and refreshing. Honest, honest, meaning speaking truthfully without deception. Speaking truthfully without deception. He gave an honest account of what happened. He gave an honest account of what happened. Convincing, convincing, meaning able to make others believe. Able to make others believe. She gave a convincing argument for the new policy. She gave a convincing argument for the new policy. Persuasive, persuasive, meaning skilled at convincing others. Skilled at convincing others. The salesman was persuasive and closed many deals. The salesman was persuasive and closed many deals. Influential, influential, meaning having the power to affect opinions. Having the power to affect opinions. Her speech was influential in shaping public opinion. Her speech was influential in shaping public opinion. Rhetorical, rhetorical, meaning using language effectively and persuasively. Using language effectively and persuasively. The politician used rhetorical questions to engage the crowd. The politician used rhetorical questions to engage the crowd. Inspirational, inspirational, meaning motivating and uplifting. Motivating and uplifting. His words were inspirational to the young students. His words were inspirational to the young students. Motivational. Motivational. Meaning encouraging people to take action. Encouraging people to take action. The coach gave a motivational talk before the match. The coach gave a motivational talk before the match. Charismatic. Charismatic. Meaning charming and able to attract attention. Charming and able to attract attention. The leader was charismatic and people listened closely. The leader was charismatic and people listened closely. Compelling. Compelling. Meaning evoking interest or admiration. Evoking interest or admiration. The witness gave a compelling testimony. The witness gave a compelling testimony. Impassioned. Impassioned. Meaning filled with strong emotion. Filled with strong emotion. She delivered an impassioned speech on climate change. She delivered an impassioned speech on climate change. Powerful. Powerful. Meaning having a strong effect on listeners. Having a strong effect on listeners. His powerful words moved the entire audience. His powerful words moved the entire audience. Chatty. Chatty. Meaning fond of talking in an informal way. Fond of talking in an informal way. She was chatty and friendly with everyone at the party. She was chatty and friendly with everyone at the party. Conversational. Conversational. Meaning relaxed and informal style of speaking. Relaxed and informal style of speaking. The podcast has a conversational tone. The podcast has a conversational tone. Sociable. Sociable. Meaning friendly and talkative. Friendly and talkative. He is sociable and enjoys talking with strangers. He is sociable and enjoys talking with strangers. Informal. Informal. Meaning casual and relaxed style. Casual and relaxed style. The teacher used an informal tone to connect with students. The teacher used an informal tone to connect with students. Warm. Warm. Meaning kind and friendly in speech. Kind and friendly in speech. She greeted everyone with a warm voice. She greeted everyone with a warm voice. Friendly. Friendly. Meaning kind and pleasant in speaking. Kind and pleasant in speaking. His friendly tone made the newcomers feel welcome. His friendly tone made the newcomers feel welcome. Gentle. Gentle. Meaning soft and calm way of speaking. Soft and calm way of speaking. The nurse spoke in a gentle voice to calm the child. The nurse spoke in a gentle voice to calm the child. Kindly, kindly, meaning speaking in a kind and considerate way. Speaking in a kind and considerate way. He spoke kindly to the elderly woman. He spoke kindly to the elderly woman. Affectionate, affectionate, meaning showing love and warmth. Showing love and warmth. She was affectionate when talking to her family. She was affectionate when talking to her family. Soothing, soothing, meaning calming and comforting. Calming and comforting. His soothing voice helped her fall asleep. His soothing voice helped her fall asleep. Witty, witty, meaning clever and amusing. Clever and amusing. Her witty remarks kept everyone laughing. Her witty remarks kept everyone laughing. Humorous, humorous, meaning funny and entertaining. Funny and entertaining. He gave a humorous speech at the wedding. He gave a humorous speech at the wedding. Playful, playful, meaning light-hearted and fun. Light-hearted and fun. She used a playful tone with the children. She used a playful tone with the children. Sarcastic, sarcastic, meaning saying the opposite of what one means, often to mock. Saying the opposite of what one means, often to mock. He made a sarcastic comment about the weather. He made a sarcastic comment about the weather. Ironic, ironic, meaning expressing meaning by saying the opposite. Expressing meaning by saying the opposite. Her ironic tone showed she wasn't serious. Her ironic tone showed she wasn't serious. Joking, joking, meaning speaking in a way meant to amuse. Speaking in a way meant to amuse. He was joking when he said he'd quit his job. He was joking when he said he'd quit his job. Teasing, teasing, meaning making fun in a playful or mocking way. Making fun in a playful or mocking way. She was teasing him about his new haircut. She was teasing him about his new haircut. Cheerful, cheerful, meaning happy and positive in tone. Happy and positive in tone. His cheerful voice brightened the room. His cheerful voice brightened the room. Amusing, amusing, meaning entertaining and funny. Entertaining and funny. The comedian gave an amusing performance. The comedian gave an amusing performance. Light-hearted, light-hearted, meaning carefree and happy in manner. Carefree and happy in manner. Their light-hearted conversation made the journey enjoyable. Their light-hearted conversation made the journey enjoyable. Soft-spoken, soft-spoken, meaning speaking gently and quietly, speaking gently and quietly. She is soft-spoken but very confident. She is soft-spoken but very confident. Quiet, quiet, meaning speaking with little volume, speaking with little volume. He was quiet during the meeting. He was quiet during the meeting. Whispering, whispering, meaning speaking very softly, speaking very softly. They were whispering so no one else could hear. They were whispering so no one else could hear. Mellow, mellow, meaning smooth, calm, and pleasant in tone. Smooth, calm, and pleasant in tone. His mellow voice was comforting to listen to. His mellow voice was comforting to listen to. Subdued, subdued, meaning restrained and low in volume. Restrained and low in volume. She spoke in a subdued tone after the news. She spoke in a subdued tone after the news. Delicate, delicate, meaning gentle and careful in speaking. Gentle and careful in speaking. Her delicate words avoided hurting anyone's feelings. Her delicate words avoided hurting anyone's feelings. Measured, measured, meaning careful and controlled in speech. Careful and controlled in speech. He gave a measured response to the difficult question. He gave a measured response to the difficult question. Balanced, balanced, meaning fair and calm in tone. Fair and calm in tone. Her balanced comments kept the discussion civil. Her balanced comments kept the discussion civil. Formal, formal, meaning serious and official in tone. Serious and official in tone. He used a formal style at the conference. He used a formal style at the conference. Ceremonial, ceremonial, meaning grand and traditional in manner. Grand and traditional in manner. The announcer used a ceremonial tone at the event. The announcer used a ceremonial tone at the event. Official, official, meaning proper and authoritative. Proper and authoritative. His language was formal and official, fitting for the ceremony. His language was formal and official, fitting for the ceremony. Authoritative, authoritative, meaning commanding and confident. Commanding and confident. The teacher spoke in an authoritative voice. The teacher spoke in an authoritative voice. Professional, professional, meaning polite and businesslike. Polite and businesslike. Her professional tone impressed the clients. Her professional tone impressed the clients. Respectful, respectful, meaning polite and showing regard. Polite and showing regard. He was respectful when addressing the elders. He was respectful when addressing the elders. Polished, polished, meaning smooth and well prepared. Smooth and well prepared. She gave a polished presentation to the board. She gave a polished presentation to the board. Sophisticated, sophisticated, meaning cultured and refined in language. Cultured and refined in language. His sophisticated style impressed the audience. His sophisticated style impressed the audience. Critical, critical, meaning expressing disapproval or judgment. Expressing disapproval or judgment. She made a critical remark about the service. She made a critical remark about the service. Harsh, harsh, meaning severe and unkind in tone. Severe and unkind in tone. His harsh words upset the team. His harsh words upset the team. Sharp, sharp, meaning quick and biting in speech. Quick and biting in speech. She made a sharp comment during the debate. She made a sharp comment during the debate. Cutting, cutting, meaning intended to hurt or criticize strongly. Intended to hurt or criticize strongly. He made a cutting remark about her skills. He made a cutting remark about her skills. Bitter, bitter, meaning resentful and unpleasant in tone. Resentful and unpleasant in tone. She spoke in a bitter voice about her past. She spoke in a bitter voice about her past. Mocking, mocking, meaning making fun in a cruel way. Making fun in a cruel way. They gave a mocking laugh at his mistake. They gave a mocking laugh at his mistake. Scornful, scornful, meaning showing contempt or disrespect. Showing contempt or disrespect. His scornful tone offended many people. His scornful tone offended many people. Hostile, hostile, meaning unfriendly and aggressive. Unfriendly and aggressive. The speaker received a hostile reaction from the crowd. The speaker received a hostile reaction from the crowd. Emotional, emotional, meaning showing strong feelings. Showing strong feelings. She gave an emotional farewell speech. She gave an emotional farewell speech. Dramatic, dramatic, meaning exaggerated and theatrical. Exaggerated and theatrical. He spoke in a dramatic voice to capture attention. He spoke in a dramatic voice to capture attention. Passionate, passionate, meaning full of strong feelings or belief. Full of strong feelings or belief. He gave a passionate talk about human rights. He gave a passionate talk about human rights. Fervent, fervent, meaning intensely enthusiastic, intensely enthusiastic. Her fervent words inspired the audience. Her fervent words inspired the audience. Animated, animated, meaning lively and full of energy. Lively and full of energy. He told the story in an animated way. He told the story in an animated way. Excited, excited, meaning showing eagerness and joy. Showing eagerness and joy. She spoke in an excited tone about her new job. She spoke in an excited tone about her new job. Enthusiastic, enthusiastic, meaning showing great interest or approval. Showing great interest or approval. He was enthusiastic when talking about football. He was enthusiastic when talking about football. Energetic, energetic, meaning full of vitality and liveliness. Full of vitality and liveliness. Her energetic delivery kept everyone engaged. Her energetic delivery kept everyone engaged. I'm being careful not to wake the baby. I'm being careful not to wake the baby. I'm being honest because you deserve the truth. I'm being honest because you deserve the truth. I'm being extra quiet so I don't disturb anyone. I'm being extra quiet so I don't disturb anyone. I'm being patient even though it's taking forever. I'm being patient even though it's taking forever. I'm being silly because I need a good laugh today. I'm being silly because I need a good laugh today. I'm being cautious because this could go wrong. I'm being cautious because this could go wrong. I'm being polite, but I really don't agree. I'm being polite, but I really don't agree. I'm being responsible with my spending this month. I'm being responsible with my spending this month. I'm being supportive even if I don't fully understand. I'm being supportive even if I don't fully understand. I'm being flexible with the schedule to help out. I'm being flexible with the schedule to help out. I'm being realistic about what we can achieve. I'm being realistic about what we can achieve. I'm being generous because it's the right thing to do. I'm being generous because it's the right thing to do. I'm being dramatic, but it really does feel awful. I'm being dramatic, but it really does feel awful. I'm being mindful of how I speak to her. I'm being mindful of how I speak to her. I'm being firm with the kids about bedtime. I'm being firm with the kids about bedtime. I'm being unfair and I realise that now. I'm being unfair, and I realise that now. I'm being hopeful, even though the chances are low. I'm being hopeful, even though the chances are low. I'm being nosy, but I can't help asking. I'm being nosy, but I can't help asking. I'm being modest, but it really was a team effort. I'm being modest, but it really was a team effort. I'm being consistent so I can build better habits. I'm being consistent so I can build better habits. I'm being optimistic because I want to stay positive. I'm being optimistic because I want to stay positive. I'm being upfront with you so there's no confusion. I'm being upfront with you so there's no confusion. I'm being defensive and I shouldn't be. I'm being defensive and I shouldn't be. I'm being rude and I don't mean to be. I'm being rude and I don't mean to be. I'm being serious. This is really important. I'm being serious. This is really important. I'm being too hard on myself lately. I'm being too hard on myself lately. I'm being quiet because I'm thinking things through. I'm being quiet because I'm thinking things through. I'm being proactive to avoid future problems. I'm being proactive to avoid future problems. I'm being creative with dinner using only leftovers. I'm being creative with dinner using only leftovers. I'm being distant and I think I know why. I'm being distant and I think I know why. I'm being selfish and I need to stop. I'm being selfish and I need to stop. I'm being careful not to overpromise again. I'm being careful not to overpromise again. I'm being honest when I say I'm tired. I'm being honest when I say I'm tired. I'm being awkward because I don't know what to say. I'm being awkward because I don't know what to say. I'm being judged for something I didn't do. I'm being judged for something I didn't do. I'm being lazy today and I'm okay with that. I'm being lazy today and I'm okay with that. I'm being harsh, but it's for your own good. I'm being harsh, but it's for your own good. I'm being overlooked, and it's frustrating. I'm being overlooked, and it's frustrating. I'm being extra helpful because I want to impress them. I'm being extra helpful because I want to impress them. I'm being questioned about every little decision I make. I'm being questioned about every little decision I make. I'm going to make a fresh cup of tea. Want one? I'm going to make a fresh cup of tea. Want one? I'm going shopping later if you need anything. I'm going shopping later if you need anything. I'm going to bed early tonight. I'm exhausted. I'm going to bed early tonight. I'm exhausted. I'm going to call my mum after dinner. I'm going to call my mum after dinner. I'm going to try a new recipe this weekend. I'm going to try a new recipe this weekend. I'm going out for a walk to clear my head. I'm going out for a walk to clear my head. I'm going to speak to him about it tomorrow. I'm going to speak to him about it tomorrow. I'm going to stay calm no matter what happens. I'm going to stay calm no matter what happens. I'm going to book the tickets before they sell out. I'm going to book the tickets before they sell out. I'm going to start reading that book you recommended. I'm going to start reading that book you recommended. I'm going through some old photos this evening. I'm going through some old photos this evening. I'm going to the dentist later and I'm not looking forward to it. I'm going to the dentist later and I'm not looking forward to it. I'm going to tidy up the living room in a minute. I'm going to tidy up the living room in a minute. I'm going to keep working until it's finished. I'm going to keep working until it's finished. I'm going offline for a while to focus. I'm going offline for a while to focus. I'm going to write a list so I don't forget anything. I'm going to write a list so I don't forget anything. I'm going to visit my grandparents this weekend. I'm going to visit my grandparents this weekend. I'm going to wear something warmer. It's freezing outside. I'm going to wear something warmer. It's freezing outside. I'm going to fix that leaking tap tomorrow. I'm going to fix that leaking tap tomorrow. I'm going to help her move house next week. I'm going to help her move house next week. I'm going to grab a bite before the meeting. I'm going to grab a bite before the meeting. I'm going out with some friends tonight. I'm going out with some friends tonight. I'm going to start exercising regularly this month. I'm going to start exercising regularly this month. I'm going to give it one more try. I'm going to give it one more try. I'm going to take a break and get some fresh air. I'm going to take a break and get some fresh air. I'm going to focus on myself for a while. I'm going to focus on myself for a while. I'm going to apply for that job we talked about. I'm going to apply for that job we talked about. I'm going to clean out the fridge today. I'm going to clean out the fridge today. I'm going to bake a cake for her birthday. I'm going to bake a cake for her birthday. I'm going to watch a documentary later. I'm going to watch a documentary later. I'm going to cancel that subscription I never use. I'm going to cancel that subscription I never use. I'm going to be honest. I don't like the idea. I'm going to be honest. I don't like the idea. I'm going to join that online course you mentioned. I'm going to join that online course you mentioned. I'm going to leave early to avoid the traffic. I'm going to leave early to avoid the traffic. I'm going to double check everything before we go. I'm going to double check everything before we go. I'm going to ask for help this time. I'm going to ask for help this time. I'm going to try not to overthink it. I'm going to try not to overthink it. I'm going to treat myself to something nice. I'm going to treat myself to something nice. I'm going to water the plants before we leave. I'm going to water the plants before we leave. I'm going to enjoy every moment of this holiday. I'm going to enjoy every moment of this holiday. I'm putting my shoes by the door so I don't forget them. I'm putting my shoes by the door so I don't forget them. I'm putting the kettle on if you want a cup of tea. I'm putting the kettle on if you want a cup of tea. I'm putting my phone on silent during the meeting. I'm putting my phone on silent during the meeting. I'm putting the groceries away before they melt. I'm putting the groceries away before they melt. I'm putting on a jacket because it's getting cold. I'm putting on a jacket because it's getting cold. I'm putting together a playlist for the road trip. I'm putting together a playlist for the road trip. I'm putting your name down for the team quiz. I'm putting your name down for the team quiz. I'm putting some money aside for holiday savings. I'm putting some money aside for holiday savings. I'm putting the kids to bed early tonight. I'm putting the kids to bed early tonight. I'm putting the bins out before it gets dark. I'm putting the bins out before it gets dark. I'm putting the finishing touches on my presentation. I'm putting the finishing touches on my presentation. I'm putting a reminder in my phone now. I'm putting a reminder in my phone now. I'm putting a lot of effort into this project. I'm putting a lot of effort into this project. I'm putting the cake in the oven right now. I'm putting the cake in the oven right now. I'm putting you on speaker so everyone can hear. I'm putting you on speaker so everyone can hear. I'm putting a blanket over the sofa to protect it. I'm putting a blanket over the sofa to protect it. I'm putting off my workout until later. I'm putting off my workout until later. I'm putting this book back on the shelf. I'm putting this book back on the shelf. I'm putting a note on the fridge for you. I'm putting a note on the fridge for you. I'm putting the cat in the carrier for the vet. I'm putting the cat in the carrier for the vet. I'm putting some extra pillows on the bed. I'm putting some extra pillows on the bed. I'm putting the pasta on to boil. I'm putting the pasta on to boil. I'm putting in extra hours this week to catch up. I'm putting in extra hours this week to catch up. I'm putting this box in storage for now. I'm putting this box in storage for now. I'm putting your birthday in my calendar. I'm putting your birthday in my calendar. I'm putting together a care package for my friend. I'm putting together a care package for my friend. I'm putting all my energy into learning English. I'm putting all my energy into learning English. I'm putting on some music to help me concentrate. I'm putting on some music to help me concentrate. I'm putting everything back where it belongs. I'm putting everything back where it belongs. I'm putting my trust in you to handle it. I'm putting my trust in you to handle it. I'm putting the final coat of paint on the wall. I'm putting the final coat of paint on the wall. I'm putting the tent up before it starts raining. I'm putting the tent up before it starts raining. I'm putting your call through to the manager. I'm putting your call through to the manager. I'm putting this on hold until I get more details. I'm putting this on hold until I get more details. I'm putting down a towel so the floor stays dry. I'm putting down a towel so the floor stays dry. I'm putting together a quick meal from leftovers. I'm putting together a quick meal from leftovers. I'm putting the washing out while it's sunny. I'm putting the washing out while it's sunny. I'm putting this situation behind me and moving on. I'm putting this situation behind me and moving on. I'm putting my thoughts into a journal each night. I'm putting my thoughts into a journal each night. I'm putting your ideas into the final design now. I'm putting your ideas into the final design now. I'm taking the dog for a walk before it gets dark. I'm taking the dog for a walk before it gets dark. I'm taking a break to grab some fresh air. I'm taking a break to grab some fresh air. I'm taking this opportunity to learn something new. I'm taking this opportunity to learn something new. I'm taking the day off tomorrow to rest. I'm taking the day off tomorrow to rest. I'm taking things one step at a time. I'm taking things one step at a time. I'm taking the train instead of driving today. I'm taking the train instead of driving today. I'm taking notes during the meeting so I don't forget anything. I'm taking notes during the meeting so I don't forget anything. I'm taking some snacks with me in case I get hungry. I'm taking some snacks with me in case I get hungry. I'm taking an online course to improve my writing skills. I'm taking an online course to improve my writing skills. I'm taking her advice seriously this time. I'm taking her advice seriously this time. I'm taking my time because I don't want to rush it. I'm taking my time because I don't want to rush it. I'm taking the kids to the park this afternoon. I'm taking the kids to the park this afternoon. I'm taking a different route to avoid the traffic. I'm taking a different route to avoid the traffic. I'm taking this job offer very seriously. I'm taking this job offer very seriously. I'm taking medication for my allergies at the moment. I'm taking medication for my allergies at the moment. I'm taking my lunch outside since the weather's nice. I'm taking my lunch outside since the weather's nice. I'm taking the chance to relax while I can. I'm taking the chance to relax while I can. I'm taking on more responsibility at work lately. I'm taking on more responsibility at work lately. I'm taking a photo of this view. It's stunning. I'm taking a photo of this view. It's stunning. I'm taking your feedback into consideration. I'm taking your feedback into consideration. I'm taking the bins out before the lorry comes. I'm taking the bins out before the lorry comes. I'm taking care of everything while she's away. I'm taking care of everything while she's away. I'm taking the stairs instead of the lift. I'm taking the stairs instead of the lift. I'm taking it as a sign to slow down. I'm taking it as a sign to slow down. I'm taking part in a local community event. I'm taking part in a local community event. I'm taking a few days off to visit my family. I'm taking a few days off to visit my family. I'm taking this call outside so I can hear better. I'm taking this call outside so I can hear better. I'm taking the opportunity to thank everyone personally. I'm taking the opportunity to thank everyone personally. I'm taking deep breaths to stay calm. I'm taking deep breaths to stay calm. I'm taking the blame even though it wasn't all my fault. I'm taking the blame even though it wasn't all my fault. I'm taking action to solve the problem as soon as possible. I'm taking action to solve the problem as soon as possible. I'm taking my camera with me in case we see wildlife. I'm taking my camera with me in case we see wildlife. I'm taking a sandwich in case I get hungry later. I'm taking a sandwich in case I get hungry later. I'm taking full responsibility for what happened. I'm taking full responsibility for what happened. I'm taking the morning off for a doctor's appointment. I'm taking the morning off for a doctor's appointment. I'm taking a lot of photos during this trip. I'm taking a lot of photos during this trip. I'm taking my time choosing the right words. I'm taking my time choosing the right words. I'm taking you seriously, I promise. I'm taking you seriously, I promise. I'm taking extra precautions this time around. I'm taking extra precautions this time around. I'm taking a moment to appreciate how far I've come. I'm taking a moment to appreciate how far I've come.